Hello duelists, welcome to another weekend stream. As I announced yesterday, we're going to be back on Sunday for the Spring Season Challenger Cup Finals. We have the 128 duelists, or the 128 best duelists from the Spring Season of Challenger Cups, and we are here today to crown a Spring Season champion. The first round has just begun. The rules are simple. Players have submitted 2 decks and are able to switch between these decks as they like, and they're going to be playing best of 3 single elimination top 128 bracket, and we're going to see who's going to come out on top. So for the top 128, why don't we go ahead and check in with the first match? Let's jump in. Let's go in between Phil and Pech. So yeah, welcome everybody on this Sunday morning or evening or afternoon, depending on where you're watching from. I guess it's morning if you're watching from NA. Ooh, that's a thick deck over there. What is that? 45? 40. Okay. Aluber. Okay, well, it's not... typically, branded goes even higher than 45, but we are here with 45 branded. All right, cool. Got that alt art Aluber. We're going with the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon chain branded in High Spirits line here. That's definitely going to give us access to branded fusion. Ooh, there's a Maxi though in response to this Cartesia, but they do have an Ash Blossom. That is one of the advantages of a 45-ish card branded deck as opposed to like 60 cards, is you do have those specific answers more common. So the Cartesia is special summoned and will perform a fusion summon with the Aluber into the Grand Guignol. That's gonna send Serenier. There is more here. Edie Crow. Edie Crow? DD Crow. Why don't you wait for them to activate the retribution and just crow the target? Because now they just add back the high spirits, I guess, and they can now change what they're sending with the Serenir, but okay. OCG list? Yep, I have been told that there is an OCG list, and we will take a look at it after the tournament today, guys. For now, we're gonna be focusing on the Challenger Cup. But we might take an extra couple of minutes after to go and look at it. And here we see something that I suppose is worth pointing out, because Branded here opened Aluber, but chose to not directly go for Branded Fusion. Instead, they chose some more... I mean, it wasn't a bad line, but they chose some more obscure plays to get to Branded Fusion, to play around Ash Blossom better. And instead, the opponent didn't even have Ash Blossom, and we lost to the DD Crow. I mean, not lose, we haven't lost. Are you okay? You look a little tired. I'm okay. I was a little tired this morning because I went to bed a little late yesterday, but I'm fine. Thank you for asking. All good. All right. Well, that's a way to start off the day, I suppose. Opening 2 maxis, DD Crow, Bonfire. That's convenient. Now, of course, the Maxi being active on your own turn here can be quite annoying for Branded. Of course, Branded is well known for special summoning on the opponent's turn. Depending on how things go here, we might be able to pick up a couple of extra cards with the Maxi. Got Engraver as well. Hey. How long will this tournament be? We don't know exactly how long it's going to take. It depends how quickly the matches are, but it is a top 128 bracket, which means it's 7 rounds, technically. Top 128, top 64, top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4, and finals. Seven matches. But there could be a scenario where that's quicker, and then it could also take longer, depending on how long these individual, like, you know, sometimes when we have these tournaments, like the semifinals goes by super quickly because both of them are decided like fast, and sometimes they go the full distance of all 3 games, and it takes longer. So I can't tell you exactly. We're gonna be here for a while though. That's for sure. We have some good Yu-Gi-Oh to be played. It's interesting sequencing here. We establish the Snake Eye Ash, the Poplar into Divine Temple, then we show the opponent that we have Fiendsmith access. We put the Lurie onto the field, but then we tag out the Snake Eye Ash into an Oak. Currently, there is a Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard for Pesh, so as soon as anything leaves the extra deck, the Quem could bring the Albaz back to fuse. However, don't forget, Maxi is active, So if we special summon an Albaz and then fuse with it, that is at least 2 draws for Phil. It's the annoying part, right? Almost every single interruption you could think of here for Branded involves special summoning, right? Whether it's super polymerization, Branded in red, Branded banishment, Quem into Albaz, all of that is special summoning. And there it is. We are going to use the Albaz here. And that's going to be draws. It's also potentially going to trigger the Divine Temple if they want to. There you go. 1 draw for the Albaz. And then I assume you're doing this because you want to use the Albaz effect. Otherwise, it'd be a weird line to take. So we're going to give another draw at least. I could see them giving 2 draws, honestly. I could see the line here being Albaz fuse with Lurie into Albion. And then make Mirror Jade with the Albion. So that would be 2 more draws. But you would be getting rid of the Light Fiend on board, and you can then Mirror Jade banish the Flamberge. I think that's ultimately the goal here. Because the thing is, yes, the opponent is getting some cards here, but they have used their normal summon. They have used Engraver and Tract. So how many extenders can they really draw in this position? It's not that many things that they can pick up that will help them. Millennium cards are one thing that they can draw, of course. That'll be another huge push. But other than that, if you just banish very key resources like the Flamberge, you might still weaken their plays enough to the point where the extra cards don't matter as much. Because I would argue this Flamberge being banished from the field is easily worth 3 cards right now. But still, it's still far from over. Also, the thing is, they did reveal for the Branded and High Spirits, they did reveal earlier the Tri-Brigade Mercurier in hand, which is now also live. Okay, we follow things up with a 1-for-1. Wait, what targets left for 1-for-1? Lurie, Jolin Lock. Okay, I was like, what do they have left? Because Lurie was gone, all the Snake Eyes were gone. I was like, what are you 1-for-1ing for right now? Well, Jolin Lockbird is the answer. Snake Idea Bellstart comes out. We can still bring back Engraver from the graveyard, so we still have some pushes here. We still got some stuff left in the tank, but I don't know how meaningful these draws from the Max C really were here. The only card I can think of that really does a meaningful push is like the Millennium cards. Because even something like, yeah, you can still summon Dia Bellstar the Black Witch, but you've already gone through all the Snake Eye stuff, so what does that really do for you? It's just a 2500 body. Hey, this is Quantal's accountant speaking. Did you know Quantal gets the trophy if you win this year? Yes, I know that, and I will be very happy if you do. Ooh, okay, that's a meaningful draw. We've picked up a Light Fiend from the deck in the form of Lacrima. So we can use Tract in Graveyard to fuse. That gives us an extra body on the field. That's neat. Have you seen the OCG list? Not yet, not yet. I of course, since I have eyes, I have realized that it's out because people in chat have been talking about it. We will be focusing on the Challenger Cup for now because it's a sponsored stream. But once this is done, we will take a look at it together. So you can read, huh? I did not say that. I did not say that. Pretty sure the Snake Eye player has game here. There is a Mercurier in hand still. So take that into consideration. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, Hita, that's not standard. Also, we do not know what the set card is, I believe, unless I missed something. I don't think we have any info on what the face down is. Could be a branded in red at some point to go into a big Guardian Chimera. Could be a branded banishment, I suppose. I'm not sure. Also, if we are going for game, there is still a Rindbrum in the graveyard, right? Which can put something up in the fence at least. Super Poly, Droplet, yeah. I mean, most things that are not a bluff, right? Most things that are not a bluff would be a pretty hard thing to win through, right? Like Super Poly, Droplet, Branded in Red, Branded Banishment, all of those cards, it is Branded Banishment. Okay, that is, once again, 2 more draws from the Maxi that's active. But still, I think at some point, like, what are you going to draw into? Once again, Millennium is like the big thing here. If we can draw a Millennium card, then that would be pretty huge. However, even if we draw a Millennium card, they could just use Mercurier on it. Also, Queritus is very hard to win through because it's going to make everything 0 at some point. We're going to use the Vine Temple here to bring up the Poplar for an extra body. The Alibur triggers, that's going to give them some follow-up. They've drawn... how does Snake Eye have 3 cards in hand? They've drawn like 5 cards off Maxi. Where did the cards go? I guess we did lose 2 cards for 1 to go into Droll and Lockbird. Fair enough. We tracked fused from hand. Yeah, we normal summoned. Yeah. We had Engraver. Yeah, makes sense. All right, SP Little Knight is a big indicator that we're not going to win this turn. And I feel like that puts Branded in a very commanding position here. So, current Branded end phase update is we're getting an Alba Lenitus. Activation, we're getting Cartesia back. The Branded and High Spirits, I believe we don't get back because we've used the first effect this turn. So far, the end phase is looking manageable. 2 effects in the end phase at the moment for Branded, but there's also still 4 monsters on the board that we have to worry about. We could use Snake Eye Diabellstar to put something in the spell trap zone, which is neat. But then again, there's still a Tri-Brigade Mercurier in hand for Pesh. So if you just attack with the Diabellstar here, activate effect, they Mercurier it, then it just destroys. Right? So we're going to activate this here. They can now use the Mercurier, which they will. And then that effect's going to be negated, and then it's just going to crash into the Mirror Jade. Or they can chain SP here, I guess. Ooh, Cult by the Grave. That's neat. That's neat. That is really annoying for Branded. Whenever you can put the Mirror Jade into the spell trap zone, that can be very, very annoying to deal with for Branded. Because the way this works... The way Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon is worded, it says you can only control 1 Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon. And guess what? The one in your spell trap zone is still a card called Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon. Nowhere does it specify you can only control 1 monster named Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon. If you control this in your spell trap zone, you can no longer summon another Mirror Jade. So this can be quite annoying for Branded. However, the problem here, I think, is that they already have a pretty hefty amount of other stuff. They might be able to just win this game without any more Mirror Jades. But other than that, the deck doesn't have that many ways to get rid of its own Mirror Jade in the spell trap zone. Like, Forbidden Droplet is one that a lot of these decks play. But, I mean, their board is already pretty big. So I think they can just be fine without another Mirror Jade. We'll see. There still is an SP Little Knight here, which is going to be used now. And there still is a Temple, which can summon the Snake Idea Bellstar from the spell trap zone, which could be annoying to deal with without Mirror Jade, because you can't just banish it. But we will see how it plays out. There's a Lacrima in the graveyard, but they didn't go through Requiem, so there's nothing it can revive at the moment. No Sequence in the grave either. Branded Fusion. Looks like we're resolving. No Ash Blossom. Using Albaz and Lubellion together to make Albion the Branded Dragon. Is this with new list? It's still the current Master Duel list, which the Oak Ban and Golem limit are not in effect. All right, we're going to add a Springans kit from Branded Lost. And then we're going to banish 2 to fuse with Albion. And that is Albaz and Serenir. That makes Borreload... No, Chaos. I thought it was going to make Furious Dragon. Okay, Chaos. Only destroys opponent's cards. Cannot destroy your own Mirror Jade. But, I mean, this is more than enough damage. Don't think we've even summoned 5 times. And so we are just going to move to the battle phase. And even without the ability to summon another Mirror Jade, it looks like Branded, despite being hit by 2 Maxis, which have drawn a total of 6 or 7 cards, a DD Crow, and the opponent had Bonfire for Snake Eye Ash, still takes the lead here in our top 128. Now, these matches are best of 3. This is not the end yet here for Phil. They can still come back. They can still win game 2 and 3 to stay in the tournament. But for now, advantage over to Pesh. And they got hit with Called By eventually. That's true, yeah. Honestly, these are the kind of games I think where Branded seems the most powerful to me. When it doesn't even go full combo, it doesn't even get to resolve Branded Fusion on the first turn. It gets interrupted, it gets Maxied on both turns. And just like, for some reason, the deck is just still able to come out on top, and it just finds a way. And it's just, these kind of games are very impressive to me. These are the type of games where I think the Branded deck looks at its strongest. Because of course, yeah, if Branded goes full combo and makes the full board, it's also really strong. But that's basically the same for every deck, right? Like every deck when it goes, or most decks, when they go full combo, they'll find a way to win the game. They'll find a way to make it work. But like, especially through cards like Maxi, sometimes the Branded deck really, with the more simplistic setups, seems really powerful to me if piloted properly. I feel like. But yeah, okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I believe that all of these players, similar to every other tournament of the Challenger Cup spring season, I think they all have submitted 2 decks. But I'm double checking right now. Yes, 2 decks per tournament, no side deck, and they can switch between these 2 decks however they feel like it. So both of these players, the question is now, will they play the same deck again, or will they bring their secondary deck for game number 2? We update the score real quick. We got 1-0 for Pesh. All right, and selected going second does not mean much here, guys. Before people draw too many conclusions from that, the loser of game 1 gets to decide whether they want to go first or second. So what happened is Phil just told him, hey, if you win the coin toss, send me first. Does not necessarily mean Tenpai. And looking at the decks here, we've got a 45 card deck on the other side again. So I'm assuming it's branded again, unless they have two decks that both happen to be 45 cards. Whereas Phil has once again opened Snake Eye Ash for the second game in a row. That is a talent that is very impressive. I mean, yeah. Just open Snake Eye Ash. Guys, the Forbidden and Limited list does not affect you at all if you just draw the card they limit. Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about just drawing Snake Eye Ash when it went to 1? Like, it doesn't matter. It's actually not a nerf if you believe hard enough. Oh! Snake Eye Oak. One last ride. The thing is, in this particular instance, I personally don't think Snake Eye Oak being there or not being there matters that much. Like, I think here you could have also just gone for Flamberge directly and it would have been fine. It would have worked out. But there's other scenarios where it matters a lot that Snake Eye Oak is forbidden. But in this particular one, I don't think it matters too much. Once again, we start with Snake Eyes, and then we show the engraver after it. Maybe we just want to make like a big Appaloosa right at the bat, or what's the deal here? Yeah, just open Snake Eye Ash engraver both games, and we're still down a game. By the way, we went second, resolved Max C. Had DD Crow versus Branded, opened Snake Eye Ash engraver in game 1 and still lost somehow. And now in game 2, we're trying to take it going first. And actually, Pesh has seen enough. Seems like their hand does not really do well going second here, and they see the writing on the wall and move on to game 3. Probably just a matter of their hand wasn't very good. You know, I think most Branded decks, assuming that was Branded again, most Branded decks would probably let him finish and see if they can break it, because most of the time Branded has like a Super Poly in the deck or a Droplet or something like that. But maybe their 5-card hand was just not good enough that even a top deck Droplet can't fix it. Like let's say they look at their hand and they're like, oh, I don't have access to Branded Fusion right now and no other really strong plays. So even if I top deck Droplet, maybe I can negate their stuff, but I can't do much on my own. Like, maybe that's what they were thinking, right? You can't switch decks in this. So you can switch decks, but you have to submit deck lists before the tournament. Each of these duelists has 2 decks. It's not like the old Challenger Cups anymore, where you can just play whatever. Every single game you can switch to whatever you want. Now there is deck list submission for these tournaments, and you have to submit 2 lists beforehand. Okay, well, Pesh going first here for game 3 in our top 128 normal summon Cartesia. Not the ideal start, but not the worst either. I mean, with a lot of cards together, this will work. Branded opening next. Okay, interesting. I guess. Okay. Playing around Effect Bailer and Imperm gets hit with a Molcharmy Fuvalos though, which is quite annoying, because normally when someone chains Fuvalos to Branded opening, what you can do is you can just add the Aluber to your hand and normal summon it. However, because we've already normal summoned the Cartesia, we don't have that option anymore. We have to special summon the Aluber if we want access to Branded Fusion, unless we've drawn it, which would give them a draw for the Fuvalos. So Pesh here, considering their options, I don't think we're resolving yet. I think we are still thinking about responding, but we do not respond. We let it resolve. Branded opening. Gonna discard Serenir. And then probably still, I mean, special summon Quem or Aluber, I suppose. Tragedy is a play also. Tragedy... You could special Tragedy, then fuse with Cartesia, and then, yeah, but like that's a lot of draws into... I think without Fuvalos, maybe you'd consider that. All right, well, Aluber activates and Serenir activates. Let me pin a comment for the OCG list. Up, up. In. Okay. Serenir sends Retribution, and we add Branded and High Spirits to hand. You already normal summoned what you're going to add with Tragedy? No, I was thinking, like, don't use the effect to search. Instead, you can use, like, the Serenir to send Branded Fusion and then set it with Tragedy. But it's probably just not better than summoning Aluber. Oh! Regular art Albaz spotted. They don't have they have not completed their alt art collection yet, because we saw the alt art Aluber in the previous game, Albaz in the previous game, but they don't have 3 yet. I'm still missing 1 alt art from the pack. I'm missing the 3rd Ecclesia. I've gotten like 5 Alubers or something, but I only have 2 Ecclesias. Sending Brandon in red here for Albion the Shrouded Dragon. I wonder if we're just not going to activate a Branded Fusion to play around Fuvalos here. We're going to use Branded Retribution to target the Branded in red. There's the Branded in red. Now they have something. Set 1. Oh, is that a Bestial? Is that a Bestial I'm feeling there? Oh, yeah. Oh, and it's the best Bestial. It's Bestial Magnum. Uh-oh. Going to banish this Albion. And here's the big question. What deck are they on? Because this is their secondary deck. It's 40 cards. We've seen a Molcharmi and a Magnamut. This could be Tenpai. This could be Tenpai. Their secondary deck could be Tenpai when they assume that their opponent is going to go first. It's not impossible. Not unlikely. And we are going to push into this Fuvalos now that we've seen the Magnamut. We are going to keep going. We're going to activate the Cartesia. What could it be if it's not that? I mean, there's still a lot of decks it could be, to be fair. It's not unlikely it's Tenpai, but it could also be a Bestial Fiendsmith deck with Fuvalos in the main deck. It could be a Blue Eyes deck with Fuvalos in the main deck. There's a lot of decks that play Fuvalos and Magnamut. Especially when it's the deck that they designed to go second with, right? Like you would put Fuvalos in there most of the time if you prepare a deck for going second. All right, one more summon here for the Grand Guignol. We're going to resolve this Albion. And I suppose this Magnamut search is going to give it away. What deck are they up against? Branded Banishment is the choice. I mean, no matter what, they're going to have 7 cards after this Magnamut search and the draw for a turn. That's going to be a pretty big hand. How can one join Challenger Cups? You can go !Challenger Cup. There's a Discord server for it, and it's pretty easy and self-explanatory and free. All you have to do is be part of the Discord server and then join the tournaments. Like, they have a schedule where you can find all the tournaments, and then you can just sign up. And it is, in fact, Tenpai, as the Bestial Magnamud grabs a Tenpai Dragon Genroku in the end phase. And I think that is not something you're happy to see here, because we don't have a very strong setup from the branded side. And in game one, the weaker setup, quote unquote, was able to beat Snake Eyes. I don't know if that's going to be the case in this one. I don't know if we can really handle Tenpai as well as we could Snake Eye in the first game. We will see. We cannot get Lightning Stormed. That is true. There's a couple of cards on the field already. Can't get Lightning Stormed. But there's also a Chundra and a Magnamud already on the board before they even start their turn with 6 cards in hand. That is scary. On the other hand, the Tenpai Dragon Chundra being out here kind of makes it so it's exposed to a Mirror Jade early on. If they can somehow manage to get to... Oh my god, the Maxi on top of that. If they can somehow manage to get to a Mirror Jade here, that would be pretty interesting. But we're going to chain Branded Banishment here to the Maxi. And here's the thing, they do have branded... Oh, we changed Dominus Impulse on branded... on Banishment? Okay. But here's the thing, branded in red is the one that summons Mirror Jade, no? So, I guess it's goodbye Chundra? Unless they have Droplet? Impulse stops Banishment. And now they can just shotgun the Mirror Jade. And that resolves. Chundra is banished. Okay, wait. Wait. Normal summon Pydra. Their hand is so good, man. Magnamud, Fuvalos, Maxi, Impulse, Pydra. Such a strong hand. Here's the thing. It's not impossible to win without Chundra. It's not completely impossible. It's difficult. But it is not impossible, I think. We'll see. Sangan Summoning is activated. Activated to search. That's going to be Fadra. And they discard a second copy of Genroku. Okay, I guess I've seen some lists play 3 Genrokus now. Because if they don't have a Genroku in the deck anymore, how do they get a tuner? How can they get a single tuner without a Genroku in the deck right now? I don't think they can, right? Am I missing something? Okay, Steals is not a great sign. Steals is not a great sign. Okay. Honestly, I don't understand why we used Impulse on the branded banishment here. Because yes, branded banishment could have made like Chaos the Star Source Dragon to pop the Chundra, but you would always rather have the Chundra popped than banished. Like if they just let that happen and then Impulse the branded in red and then they can just go for Fadra to bring back the Chundra from the graveyard, I feel like that was fine. Banishment, banish Chundra as material. How do they Doesn't Chaos need light or dark dragons? Hold up, let me check. Chaos dragon. Oh no, it's one. Wait, it's one light or dark dragon plus a dragon. Okay, I see. Okay, no, then I take it back. Okay, then I guess my next question is, or like the next thing I suppose, is we should not have summoned Chundra in the end phase. We should not have exposed the Chundra to those cards immediately. We needed to keep it like hidden. We needed to go with other cards first before we expose the Chundra. They impulse from hand. They did impulse from hand. The seals cannot activate either of its effects. Yeah. I don't want to speak too soon, but it feels like Branded is taking this one against all odds again. Rindbrum. This is 8,700. The seals cannot activate. And somehow Branded finds a way in game 1 and game 3. Two very unlikely victories for Branded here, I feel like. But Pesh will advance to the top 64. Well played and great showcase of the Branded deck. Even with a smaller list, the 45 cards certainly on the smaller side for Branded. But yeah, GG's and good luck in top 64. Looks like most other matches have already finished here in the top 128. Let me quickly check the timer. How much time we have left? Oh, there's only 4 minutes left in the round. Okay, well, that means we're gonna be going on a very short break before the top 64. That top 128 flew by. I was entertained all the way through, so I didn't even notice how time was going. I thought we had more time left, but okay. We will be back with top 64 very, very shortly. Hope you're enjoying the show so far, and I hope you will stick around for top 64 in just a few minutes. We'll be going on a very short break, and then we'll be right back. All right, duelists, and we return for the top 64. The players have already seeded and have just begun, some of them at least. Table 1, we have Pesh against Haas. I think we've just spectated Pesh, so let's skip that one. Let's go at table 2, Funky versus Mordred. Let's go. Did you see Appleban? check the pinned comment. But yes, it was unfortunately that part I have been spoiled in. I'm aware. All right, we start with Mermail Abyss Pike, this card Gamma Seal, and it gets ashed. Not the strongest start for Mermail here, I will say. Not typically what you like to open with as Mermail, and we decide to ash it. That is a sign of weakness, I suppose. There's no pinned comment for me. No, it's you're all good. It's just I pinned the comment saying we'll look at the OCG list after this tournament. Because we gotta do this first. But yeah, don't worry about it. All right, it gets ashed on Abyss Pike and passes. The duality of Mermail. Sometimes it wins through like 3 interruptions, and then sometimes it passes through through an Ash Blossom on Pike. As an apology. Okay. I appreciate you a lot, thank you. It was not necessary. It was not that bad though. It was nothing you had to apologize for. It's all good, but I appreciate you. Okay, so far, nothing out of the Mermail hand to respond to any of this. I guess this is now the first one we might actually want to max see if we have it, and we do have it. So now I guess, do we have an answer to this as well? We do have a second Ash Blossom gifted. And that's going to cause the concession from Mermail. We have seen enough. Did not open a very playable hand, it seemed like. And Snake Eyes takes the first game off of Mermails. They are not happy right now, I can tell you that. They are definitely not happy. All right, well, but there's still more games to be played. This is the thing. That's kind of what you sign up for with Mermail. You know, sometimes when you go first, your hands are just unbeatable, and sometimes they beat themselves almost. And this was one of those. Plus, the Maxi got outed. That's all decks. I mean, some decks more than others, though, I would argue. All right, Sekka's Light here in game number 2. Already off to a better start. Does not get Droll and Lockbirded, it seems like. And then we normal summon Deep Sea Diva. Deep Sea Diva is pretty much a magnet for any type of interruption. Like, if you have something, you are going to use it on Deep Sea Diva, I think. Because you always rather hit the Diva than the Prince. Because the Prince sends for cost. And there it is. Infinite Impermanence. Good answer to the Diva. Do they have an extender to push further? There's an Abyss TS. And we're discarding Shadow Squad? Shadow Squad. Okay, no response. Shadow Squad Chainlink 1. He is Chainlink 2. Huvalos, maybe? No? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is the type of hand that I alluded to earlier. This is the type of hand that's going to play through almost everything. These are the types of hands that only get stopped by Maxi or Fubalos or Droll. There's Deep Sea Minstrel. Minstrel effect. There's a Dominus Impulse and a Forbidden Droplet. Well, goodbye Impulse and then goodbye rest of the hand, I suppose. It was Tenpai. Interesting choice to imperm the Diva instead of impulsing the Diva, I guess. But I guess it works out. No, it doesn't work out either way. I don't feel bad anymore. Goodbye Droplet and goodbye Dora Dora. So I believe the last card in hand is a Genroku. Here's the thing. I guess with Tenpai, you always kind of stay in it because there's always a world where it works out. I don't know. One Genroku in hand. What can you draw to break like the Mermail board? I guess Droplet doesn't really work because you don't have anything to send because you got no cards. You get back Impulse? No, you won't. You don't get back Impulse because they usually shuffle it back with Deep Sea Synchro. Prima Donna, I believe is what it's called. All right, we're going to be making the other Mermail rank 7 here. And that's going to be Abyss Trite. That's going to revive probably another copy of Dragoons. Or the Pike, I guess. Is there a Pike even? Oh no, this time there's no Pike. Okay, so it's just Dragoons. Then we can rank 4. Then we can overlay here onto the Poseidra. Then we link and then we bring back a tuner. And then we do the whole dance. Abyss Dweller even. Just to get the Dragoon search. Grabs Neptibus. Is Poseidra in the graveyard? Poseidra is currently not in the graveyard. It's under Abyss Gaios. That looks pretty fair. Genuinely, the Mermail end board would be still pretty strong, but probably fine if you still had 5 cards in hand. However, we have 1. Oh, discarding Called by the Grave is a very scary sign, because Called by the Grave is like the best answer against the Genroku in their hand. So if that's the worst card in your hand right now, what's the other card? Oh, we started with Sekkas, right? My bad. Yeah. We can't use it anyways. Ah. Then it was very likely the worst card in the hand. linking off these two just to get the Deep Sea Prima Donna in the graveyard. To make Mermail Abyssalacia. Because the most important part of this is that you put the Dominus Impulse back into the deck from the banished pile. Tribute Dragoons for... We haven't even gone for Abyss Shrine this entire turn. Okay. At this point, we're just making moves. Because we can. Make Stealth Kraken and pass. Alright, well. One Genroku. What can we draw? There's nothing, right? There's nothing. What, like, Raigeki? Raigeki also doesn't do it, I don't think. Because they still have the Graveyard Interruption. Yeah. Well, classic Tenpai L. Mermail takes down. Honestly, yeah, that was rough. That was rough, and that is going to equal the score 1-1 between Funky and Mordred, and we are going to a game 3 in which Funky now gets to decide first or second. All right, you guys, what do you think? Are we picking first and running it with the Snake Eyes, or are we picking second and running it with the Tenpais? If we're Funky here, what are they gonna do? Because we know that's their two decks. We know the two decks are Snake Eye and Tenpai. Do you pick the deck before or after knowing who goes first? Obviously before. They pick a deck, they go to the table, and then they say, I want to go first or I want to go second. Otherwise, it wouldn't make much sense. All right, they want to go first. So likely we're seeing Snake Eyes unless it's some hidden technology for Tenpai. And there it is, Golem that guards the Millennium. Soon to be limited. Grabs Wedju Temple, activates Wedju Temple. If we're seeing a zombie vampire in a couple of seconds, then we are also going to find out what the opponent is playing. Put some old Charmy Fuvalos in the spell trap zone as well as a Sengenjin. Summons out Sengenjin. Thoughts of Crystron if Malice is coming to Macedul? I think Crystron is still a fine deck. I think it's pretty strong. I don't know the exact matchup against Malice, to be fair. The Graveyard Banishes probably hurt it a lot. Okay, we do see that they play the Mermail deck for all 3 games here. And the Zombie Vampire hits a Snake Eye card. It does hit Poplar. It also hit Flamberge, which could potentially make the lines a little bit weirder, depending on how things go. But I think the thing you care about most here is the fact that we hit a Snake Eye card. Now, getting a Sekaz into the graveyard is actually not bad, right? Because it allows you to redraw a card later. Not the worst. We also saw that there was Gameciel in the main deck, so that's always an option. Even if they have no interruption here, like no Maxi, no Fuvalos, no Nibiru, there's Gameciel in the deck, so you never know. You never know what's gonna happen. All right, the good old dance. Nibiru onto the maiden, onto the moon of the closed heaven, rather. We chain Maxi, get 2 extra draws here, sure. And original is still in hand, so Snake Eye combo is still gonna happen. Five cards in hand still. Engraver either was there already or we just picked it up. I think they probably drew the Engraver, to be honest, because why would they make Moon if they had Engraver, and why would they probably chained Maxi to try and find Engraver, and they did. This unfortunately means that this Nibiru has essentially done nothing to help with this situation, because we can still go for a sequence, we can still do the Fiendsmith stuff, and we still have Snake Eye combo via original. And we haven't even normal summoned. What's the reason for Nib not summoning simultaneously anyways? I don't think it's I don't think it has a particular reason. I feel like it's just something that happened without, like, unintentionally. Or maybe it was intentionally to give Maxi some value as a counter against it. But it was a TCG exclusive at the time, so I don't know. All right, Snake Eye Ash adds Snake Eye Oak. Nib was a TCG exclusive. Nib was a TCG exclusive alongside Dark Ruler No More and Dimension Shifter. They all came out at the same time. They were tin promos in 2019. People not knowing that makes Josh sound old. I mean, to be fair, it is 6 years ago, so yep. I mean, Josh is like 40. Okay. That is not true. That is not true. You're looking young for your age. Round 29. Not 40. Oh, that's the Gamma Seal we talked about earlier. Hitting the Appaloosa. Sure, Gramps, let me get you to bed. Ooh, Droll Lockbird hurts. Droll Lockbird hurts, and it resolved. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, it's good for Snake Eyes. Neptibus, target Abyssrine. Poseidra, Chainlink 2. Sent for cost. I mean, can't send Dragoons. Can send Shadow Squad, though. Trying to bounce your Gamma Seal. I thought about chaining Flamberge to the Abyssrine so you can chain IP and link the Gamma Seal away. That was what I was thinking. Using Desiree on Poseidra here to not give them back the Gamma Seal makes sense. Gamma Seal has some pretty nice synergies with the Mermail deck, I will say that. Special summon Dragoons from the deck. I mean, what does this really threaten? You can make a link, that's all you can make, but which link even does anything here? Alright, there's IP Masquerena. Oh, you know what? I really liked the idea of linking with the Desiree there, because then you get the send as well for the Desiree. Now you don't. Well, okay, sure. Well, two cards in hand for Mermail. They can still normal summon, but there isn't really a threatening normal summon in this position, right? When you're under Droll and Lockbird, can't really do anything with Neptibus, Pike, or even if you have another level 4 to make an Xyz with the Dragoons, can't really search with it. So kind of rough, honestly. Droll and Lockbird do be powerful against Mermail. Normal summon Pike, can't use the effect. Battle phase, you can clear the SP Little Knight and 2 of the Snake Eye names at least. Or you can clear all 3 fire monsters to turn off Promethean Princess. That's also possible here. What do they have? Oh, Linkaribo. That doesn't change too much. All right, we clear the SP Little Knight. But how do we accomplish anything even somewhat meaningful here in main phase 2? What can we do? There's a fire monster still on the field, so Promethean Princess is still there. I don't see it. I think we are locked into waters. Yeah, we are locked into waters from the extra deck. So we can't Typhon either at some point. Stealth Kraken. That turns off Promethean Princess, you know? Because they are immediately water. Destroy the Yamasil. Okay. How do you beat the follow-up here? I mean, they have Snake Idea Bellstar in the Spell Trap Zone. They have a Desiree on the field still. They have Engraver plus Light Fiend in the graveyard. I guess they can't make Secret. They also have Nibiru. Okay. Yup. So the only hope I can see at, like, even somewhat realistically would be the fact that there is an Abyss Shrine in the graveyard. Maybe we have a great discard for it. We'll see right now. Heavy Infantry. Ah, Sekka's Light. Oh, it's a Sekka's Light. Oh! Oh! Hold up! Okay. Maxi resolved. Now the thing is, we can probably win in less than 5 summons. There's already 3,000 damage on the board, and there's a Snake Idea Bellstar in the graveyard. Oh, we played 2 Oaks. Okay. Apparently we played 2 Oaks. Yeah, there's the second Oak. A second Oak has hit the hand. I would pass. I mean, yeah, it's very risky though, because they basically, because Sekka's Light is in the graveyard, they get 2 draws essentially, and if they draw 1 Neptibus, you might be cooked. So they might have to go in. Ooh, as well. Okay. 7,600 damage on the board here. We can just normal summon Oak, no effect. And so it was just 2 draws. And that's probably gonna be enough. I'm not gonna lie, that Max C had me on the edge of my seat there for a second. Well, yeah, I mean, okay. That was essentially full Snake Eye combo. Okay. Maxium back. That's only fair. All right, well, Snake Eyes take down Mermail to advance to the top 32. Congratulations, Funky. All right, we've got 15 minutes left, so we don't have to go on a break just yet. We can check in with one of the other matches that's still running. Let's see. Ooh, Abo. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? This game is for fun. All right, then. Which one is real? I mean, based on just pretty simple logic, I would guess that the one not named Abahamud 2. I feel like if someone's called Abahamud and then there's Abahamud 2, I have a guess as to it's just a guess though. It's just an educated guess. Also, one of them has a 51 card deck with Albion the Sanctifier sleeves and the branded field. So, you know. And the other one also, there's just been an Xyz summon performed, which basically I think I may have never seen Abahamud perform an Xyz summon. I don't know if he knows how that works. Alright, Imperm the Albaz. Citri effect, go into Dragster. No cluster. Cluster was a pretty good answer to this, unless they just don't have it, but they should with how this played out. Like, okay. Halt by the grave. Well, that's neat. There is no cluster indeed. Okay, no cluster. Oh. How do they do it in 51 cards, man? Hello, this is the grave. You've been called. Chainlink 7. Special Smiger. Synchro 5 into Axel Synchron. Okay. Technology. This does get Baron in one summon, yeah. Ooh, Serenir on Mercurier. Now, what does this make? Probably just Baron, right? Now, Baron for another draw. Mercurier effect. Don't really need to Baron that, I think. Because, like, what is it gonna add? I guess Albion the Shrouded Dragon? Oh. Send branded sword. Draw 1. Activate branded sword. Add back Mercurier. Yeah. Contact fuse your own cards. Okay. Wait, this is so powerful. Because this negates activation. So if they just negate this, you can just add it back with Retribution and use it again. They do lose to Ash Blossom though. They have Merc, I know, but if it goes Ash, Merc, Baron the Merc, then they can't do another branded. Didn't they already Merc? Just to search. They used Mercurier to search and then added it back to hand. But you can use both effects. And all this, we're still in main phase 1. Baron negate Albion the Branded Dragon. This feels like a setup for Nibiru. I'm gonna be honest with you. But I don't even know if you're scared of Nibiru here. It feels like they're trying to draw the Merc out so that they can Nibiru later. But the thing is, like, does Nibiru even hurt here? Because if you Nibiru this board, they get so much in the end phase, man. Like, Albion, Albalenitas, Mirror Jade is gonna send, like, Titanic Clad. Chaos the Star Source Dragon. Pop, pop. The thing is, Crystron is also a deck that's relatively good at follow-up. I mean, look at this graveyard setup. We've got this turn to search a monster. We've got Smygo to search another inclusion. We have Solfefnir and Solfador in the graveyard, which can both come out from the grave. So, like, we've got pretty strong follow-up, but I don't know if it can... I don't know if it can hang with Branded in that regard. I really don't know if Crystron follow-up can deal with Branded. Wait, that's game, isn't it? Like, the monster you summon with Branded in red cannot attack directly. But if you just make Lubellion and fuse into a Mirror Jade, that Mirror Jade can attack. I think. I think that's what we're going for. It is pretty weak into Imperm, right? Because you're banishing the Albaz from your hand, you're discarding the last card in your hand for the Lubellion. If you get Impermed here, it might hurt. But why would they have Imperm in hand and not set it? It's not really a risk if you think about it. Because, like, that Imperm would have been set 100%. All right, Mirror Jade. Game? Game. A DD Crow as well? There was no spot to DD Crow? Wait. If you had DD Crow... No, you can't. DD Crow and Ghost... Oh, wait, go... Wait, why did you activate the Mirror Jade? Why did you... Abo! Why did you activate the Mirror Jade? Were you trying to BM? Oh, yo, they Mirror Jaded for BM and lost the Ghost. Well, I mean, not lost, but like... That's so funny. Wait, are they gonna lose now? Branded banishment. Why did you Mirror Jade? Why did you Mirror Jade, man? That is so funny. Didn't DD Crow the branded and red target? Yeah. I'm very confused in general, but to be fair, they did say they're playing for fun. I don't even know if this is part of the tournament right now. This is game 4, okay. So did you two play against each other? And you're just playing another one for fun after? Is that what's happening? Yes? Okay. Sure. I braked with Snake Eyes and I got mad. Okay. No, Abo, I bricked with Snake Eyes. This doesn't count. We have to play another one. No list spoilers, please. It's way too late for that. All right, battle phase. Wait, no, not attack with that one. Huh? Why didn't you activate banishment? If they negate it, it's too weak and it crashes into the elbow. This game confuses me. Well, there's a branded fusion now. This is certainly a game. I feel like Chris Strong grind game is not that great. It's Uva and Albaz make Rind. I feel I've never seen that. I've never seen anyone do that. I didn't know it could do that. Also, guys, top 32 is starting in 2.5 minutes. And I feel like one of you two will have to play in that. I feel like one of you two will have to, you know, be there. Oh my god, another DD Crow! Why do we even chain the dragster? Okay. Well, banger match. Somehow they lost because they BM'd with the Mirror Jade. Crazy work. Crazy work. Okay, let me get the new room code for top 32. I guess the good news is there's no break now for between top 64 and top 32 because we're jumping right in. Oh, never mind. Oh, I copied the wrong number. Hold up. Beep, beep. Here we are. All right, just a little overview of who is in top 32 here. We have 16 tables. Not everyone is here yet. Luvasi against Chepetto, Uroda versus Momo Flora, Funky versus Log. We've got Soyon versus Fictinium, Gold X versus someone that just left. Bobo. Dark versus Haas, Bronass versus Lemon, Pierre versus Michael, Coolman, Luck versus Abo, The Minky versus Mist, Teramiari versus Mez UK, and Yoris versus someone that's missing, Matrix. A lot of known names still in from the Challenger Cup season. Definitely a lot of names I recognize from doing well in a lot of the tournaments that I hosted. So yeah, good luck to all of our competitors here in top 32. Let's jump into Bronass versus Lemon, shall we? Let's watch our European World Championship representative. Or like one of them. Right, Lemon going first. Bronas, let me guess, 47? 46, close, close. Sengen Jin. I'm just waiting for the reveal of whether it's Snake Eye or Crystron. We're ashing the Golem, not the Sengenjin. I guess that is so that another, like, if they have the second copy of the Golem, they don't get to extend with it. Is that the logic? Normal summon a Molcharmy. I guess that's Fiendsmith. I think that means it's Crystron, right? That probably means Crystron, because in Snake Eyes we would have done 46! 46! Yo, this is rough. Okay, first things first, we go for not Nightmare Phoenix. Flamberge in hand? Yeah, that's okay, that makes sense. Flamberge in hand. So we go for the Nightmare Phoenix, discard Flamberge. Temple. This is game already. This is a lot of damage, I'm afraid. Even if you use the SP Little Knight to clear one of these, I think this is just game. They could have Nib, but even Nib, I think, might not save them. Because they're just gonna bring up the Flamberge from the spell trap zone. I guess that alone is not enough. I wonder what they're thinking about, like, in response to the Snake Idea Bellstar. I guess if they have Nibiru, that's the only way to survive here. And it's not unlikely, given that they didn't open any other engine cards. So it's not unlikely that there's a Nibiru. But I guess they're thinking about whether they should use the SP Little Knight first. And I guess they are choosing to. But the problem is, it actually is game. It is game under Nib, right? Because they put the Flamberge into the spell trap zone now. They get Nibiru'd. The Divine Temple summons out the Flamberge, and then the Flamberge places something in the spell trap zone, and you just make Doomed Dragon. And that's game, because Flamberge and Doomed Dragon attack. It's just 6,000 damage. Also, they still have original. I'm pretty sure. But this is just game. Gores in hand. Funnily enough, it's not even the Gores doesn't even help, because they're gonna have a Nibiru in the spell trap zone. Okay, they don't go for it anyways. The Doom Dragon line I think is cooler and safer, because what if they had Ash Blossom now on the Oak? On the original, I mean. Either way, Bronas takes the first game after a very underwhelming start from what I think was Crystron, because otherwise we probably would have seen Fiendsmith combo. SP pass, surely not it in this case, or Lemon. And Bronas takes the first game. All right, waiting for game 2 to begin. Both of these duelists now have a chance to switch to their secondary decks, which we'll see what that is. I know what I'm expecting from Bronas right now. I know what kind of secondary deck I think he would play for going second. I think it's going to be some Fiendsmith control. Or could also just queue the Snake Eyes again, but I think it'll just be Bastille Fiendsmith is my guess. No, still 46 cards. Never mind. Not Fiendsmith control. Oh, Minstrel. Oh, okay. Pick your poison, Lemon. Which card would you like to go up against? Double Droll or Nibiru? Oh. Well, that's going to be a Droll and Lockbird that's going to be resolving. Not gonna queue a 10 Bastille deck into my friend who I know plays Mermail? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. If you know there's Mermail, then we're not playing Bastilles, yeah. Well, Neptibus, you get one search only. Ah, it's unpleasant. It is very unpleasant. Well, sending Dragoons here doesn't really make sense, right? Like, you send Dragoons, add Dragoons, you get Drolled, you don't get your Dragoon search anyways. Maybe an Abyss Shrine play? You can still make things happen with this deck under Droll, yeah. Send Poseidra for cost. Search Abyss Shrine. Oh no, Dragoon. Can this not search Abyss Shrine? Maybe you have Abyss Shrine already. Add an Atlantean card from your deck to your hand. I think you can. Yeah, but they already have it. Makes sense. Alright, Tribute Neptibus from field for the Abyss Shrine. Special Coelacanth. That's going to be at least a Dweller. That's going to counter the Fiendsmith part. It's still at least like Dweller plus Abyss Gaios, which is pretty good, all things considered. Discard Dragoons. Won't be able to search with it, but still we get to summon some fishies. Ooh, we play the Tuner as well. Okay. So we go Pike, and Greethis, I think is what it's called. Gluttonous Reptilfin Greethis. Yep. Yeah, the Nibiru is chilling in the banished pile. We're getting it back in the end phase. Smile. White Aura Monoceros. Doing some synchro climbing. But now we don't have 2 level 4s anymore. That means no Dweller, unless I'm missing something. I guess we could make the rank 7 to bring back a level 4 if we wanted to do that. Oh, there it is. These, the coelacanth lines are very impressive under Droll and Lockbird, I will say that. The amount of different options and things you can still go for is honestly scary. Deep Sea Prima Donna. Ooh, do we play Barrier Statue? I sounded way happier than I meant to sound there. I take it back. Yep. Dragite plus statue. Okay, so currently Nibiru, Droll, Engraver, Called by the Grave. Nothing there beats a statue. Minstrel shuffles back a Dragoons for later. If there is a later. Probably isn't. Yeah, considering we're under Droll, this is very strong, yeah. Alright, Mermail King Neptibus makes it so that none of these cards that it points to can be targeted. Engraver effect. I guess Tract can search Lacrima, and that is strong enough to attack the barrier statue. Right? So you kind of have to negate the Tract with Dragite. Yeah. Which, I guess that means there are some possible outs here. Like, if we've drawn Bonfire, if we've drawn Poplar into Divine Temple, then it's big enough to attack the statue. It also depends a little bit on if they have a good discard for Abyss Shrine, right? Okay, Called by, baiting it. Forcing them to chain it now. Do they have a good discard? They had infantry for it. They had infantry, but we baited it. I guess we could have also called by the infantry later, so it doesn't really matter. And now... No! Wait, they can't do anything else? Okay. Golden Lockbird was set. This is 7,000 damage now. Do we get another chance at a top deck here? Really? Come on, Lacrima one time. Lacrima one time. That's not enough. As powerful as that is, that's not gonna do it. Yep. Ah, the Snake Eye Ash. Okay, Mermail takes this one. 1-1. Still impressive. We've still drawn Snake Eye Ash both games so far in 46 cards. It is quite impressive. All right, game 3. Bronas now gets to go first if they want to. And we'll see if Lemon sticks with Mermail for going second, or if they pick a different deck. It was presumably Crystron in the first game, so we'll see about that. All right, Bronas going first. I'd be surprised if it wasn't the 46 card Snake Eye. Yep. Wraithsoth. Okay, we play a Kashtira package in here as well. Haven't seen any of these so far, but there's Kashtira Unicorn. Special Unicorn, and try to add Kashtira Birth. There it is. Activate Birth right away. Activate Wanted. Dude. We ash the Wanted, hoping they don't have an extender. Sure. Gonna trigger the Unicorn. And I guess we are not gonna see the entire extra deck, but Bronas is, and maybe we can tell from the Banished what deck they are playing. Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon. Okay, so it's probably the Millennium, whatever the Millennium deck was in the first game. It's not Mermail. Alright, normal summon Lacrima is full Fiendsmith combo, but if we're assuming that this is Snake Eyes, this is somewhat of an okay sign, right? Because it means we're probably just gonna face, like, the Fiendsmith line plus Unicorn. Currently, there's no way into Snake Eye from the cards that we can see. He'll Pilgrim Reaper. Nah, there's no way we're going Pilgrim Reapering Snake Eyes. Banshee. The Banshee lines require you to play 2 Lacrimas, right? I've seen some people play Banshee with 1 Lacrima, but I think the way they try to do it is like normal summon a Fuva. Because you can't fit Chorozo in Snake Eyes. The fusion thingy from the extra deck, I don't think you can. In Snake Eye, you don't have room for that. Alright, Appaloosa. I have a feeling this could be Appaloosa Unicorn Pass. Unless we have a good normal summon. In which case, I guess you just win. Oh, we have normal summoned already. Never mind, we normal summoned Lacrima. Yeah, no, end phase. Yeah, it is Appaloosa Unicorn Pass. Okay, well, 5 cards against Appaloosa Unicorn is whoopable, depending on what they play and what they have. Normal summon Tristaros. That's a good one. Activate Golem. Okay, well, if you would like to Appaloosa this, but then they can chain Tristaros, which they will. Okay. Ah, we ashed the Tristaros. That's so powerful. Do you have an answer? Do we got called by? No. Okay. Tristaros gets ashed. That's powerful. Appaloosa loses 800. Unicorn, take another look at the extra deck. What are we taking away this time? The Doomed Dragon is already gone. Goodbye, Nova. That also basically eliminates the Infinity, so that's basically 2 banishes. Now we go Lacrima into Requiem. Bronas does play Paradise in this deck, I think. Yep, there's Paradise. Activate Inclusion. They're not going down without a fight. They got a pretty good hand over there. But Appaloosa is very strong. Even against the Solfador, you can just keep it in hand. Oh, never mind. Okay, Solfefnir. Gotta negate that with the Appaloosa. All right. We got one more. The Wraith Soth is very annoying right now. Because if the Wraith Soth wasn't there, the Appaloosa would have been at 800 right now, and the Tristaros could have tried to double it. But because it was at 1100, we couldn't have. Okay, now we can attack it, but now it's already done its job. Okay, so we know 2 cards in hand. We know there's a Solfefnir, we know there's a Golem. The last card in hand is not a play. Okay, but on the other hand though, if there's no Snake Eye access still here for Bronas, we still have the Tristaros here, which is live. And the set card could be like a cluster. Maybe there's a world we can do some stuff here. I don't know, we'll see. It's still not super easy here. Battle phase, okay. Gotta attack this Tristaros twice as well because of inclusion. It will protect it once. No. There it is. First time it would be destroyed. It's not destroyed. Now Unicorn attacks. Can't use the effect here, otherwise they can just chain Tristaros, I guess. Does this attack succeed is the question. No, it is cluster hard draw. That's not bad here. Tristaros is going to survive this battle phase. Okay. This is not over. Because we're in main phase 2. We can't win this turn. Appaloosa is gone. And the Crystron deck has some follow-up here, you know? We can use the Tristaros to summon a Synchro to get some follow-up as well. We do know both cards in hand. It's Millennium Golem and Soul Fafnir, which is not bad follow-up. If only there was a Fiendsmith Fusion monster that would shuffle Apollo back. Yeah, I think you might be able to do it. You, out of all the people, might be able to recycle Appaloosa. Yeah. Yeah, they it's Rex Tremende. Rex Tremende can recycle Appaloosa here. The Unicorn Rips really starting to add up. We have lost Doomed Dragon. What was the second one? I forgot. Oh, Infinity or Nova rather. And now Quarion Gondrax. I've had more respect for Rex Tremende as an option in Fiendsmith Control as of late. In Fiendsmith Control, I've been playing it and I've really enjoyed it. It's been a really good option. I don't know if it would be my choice for like the Snake Eye decks, but it's been working out for Bronas, and I think we're gonna see it come in clutch here. But yeah, it's been really good for me in Fiendsmith Control. Absolutely. Appaloosa back into the extra deck. That's it. Oh god. Agnum Day as well. Okay, bro, just play Fiendsmith Control at this point. Okay, just play Fiendsmith Control. You clearly want to be a Fiendsmith Control player. Now the question is, because we've added Paradise back to hand, right? Which is pretty neat, because we can summon the Rex Tremende back on the opponent's turn. We can make Appaloosa, and then we can bring on the opponent's turn, we can go Lacrima, bring back Agnum Day, bring back Rex Tremende, and then Paradise on field effect is live, which is kind of crazy, especially against Crystron. The only annoying part is that it's only a 2-material Appaloosa, I guess, because this counts as a Link 3. So it's just like a 1600 Appo, just a 6. Also, both of these still being here is somewhat annoying. Because there's an Appo now, but it can be destroyed, and the cluster is still here. I don't even know if the Appaloosa is that good here against the cluster. Is it? Cluster is very hard to out, because cluster cannot be banished by SP Little Knight. All right, Bronas, but can you summon Appaloosa for a third time? Huh? Can you summon Appaloosa for a third time? I dare you. Also, I mean, if you have to Paradise... If you have to Paradise here, you kind of also send your entire own board away. You do have Fiendsmith. At this point, you are literally playing Fiendsmith Control, by the way. Can I say that? You are just playing Fiendsmith Control right now. They did stop the Snake Eye access. Yeah, they did ash the one. What was that? Baron the Fleur. Okay. Goodbye, Baron the Fleur. The thing is, like, we can nuke the whole board with Fiendsmith in Paradise, but Crystron has pretty good graveyard fall. I don't think this game is over yet. I don't feel like this game is over yet. Okay, because Doomed Dragon is banished from the extra deck, this Solfafnir is not that easy to get out of the spell trap zone. I guess you can target it with Solfador, which would work. How do you outplay this Fiendsmith in Paradise? It's kind of interesting. You can also, I'm pretty sure, I have to double check actually, because it doesn't happen very often. But you can use both Paradise effects in the same turn, right? Yeah. So after they use Paradise on field, it goes to grave and it can still send Desiree. Banish Solfador. Are we going for SP Little Knight on the Rex Tremende? We're not locked yet, I think. Yep. Yeah, Rex is unaffected. So we had to banish the Agnum. Now it's time. Wait, is it time? No, there's 10 minutes left. Shouldn't you target the Paradise? I think so, yeah. They probably wanted to target the Paradise there. But we'll see. Right Elf. Bring back Tristaros. Okay. We're styling on him. End phase. Paradise. Send it all. Chain Tristaros. I feel like the Fiendsmith cards are just gonna finish it here. Samurai Destroyer is gonna revive the Tristaros again. Bro, I love Paradise. It's such a hype card. Oh, Samurai Destroyer brings itself back here. Okay, well, thing is, we have Fiendsmith follow up here. So unless we have like a Bestial or something, I feel like this is just gonna... A Bestial here could do something, but I doubt they have one, yeah. Yeah, if he brings back Tristaros, he just gets Paradise into Desirate. Yeah, that's true. That's a good draw. That might just seal it. Actually didn't even need the Seng Engine. And with a very unconventional Snake Eye list, Bronas moves on to the top 16. Well done. That was a very enjoyable game, mainly because you basically played Fiendsmith control. I appreciate that. The Rex Tremende lines were pretty cool. I like that one. Okay, good game. Good game. And Bronas moves on to the top 16. All right, there isn't much time left on this round in the top 32. So we're just going to cut to a very quick break before the top 16. Hope everybody is enjoying the game so far. Once again, we are going to take a look at the OCG Forbidden and Limited list after the Challenger Cup, because people have been asking about that. I know you all want to look at it together and so on and so forth. We will do that later. We'll take a look at it once this tournament is over. For now, very, very quick break, just a couple of minutes, and then we'll be back with the top 16. All right, gamers, welcome back. We have 16 duelists left in the tournament, which means we have 4 more rounds until we crown a champion of the spring season. And we've got quite the roster here of household names for the Challenger Cup season. Of course, we've got Mist playing at table 1, Abu Hamud playing at table 2, Matrix, Fictinium, a lot of names I recognize from previous Challenger Cups here. Let me pick a feature match for this one. Let's jump into table 5. We've got Michael against Shiba here for top 16. Let us see. Sneaky Boy where? I can check if they're still in. Let me check for you real quick. I do not know. Uvalo's here on the normal summon of Crystron Smyger, but they chain Ash Blossom to it. Not bad. Nikki Boy lost in top 64. Okay, Ash on Fuva, Ash on Smyger, pair exchange, pass turn. Crystron has so far been just okay. Oh, Punk. What do you mean Punk Zeamin is in top 16? Hello? That's getting clustered upon summon immediately. Understandable. Do we have an extender? We have Ogre Dance, but Ogre Dance alone doesn't do it, right? We have to like go for Deer Note and then have another Zeamin in hand or something. Deer Note effect. Reveal. Parakusai. That works. That does work. That is combo, technically. Needs third name. Oh, wait, right. No, the Deer Note will go to the graveyard, right? Yeah. Ah, I thought you just keep it in hand. No, the other one goes to the grave. So they do need another Punk name to fuse with the Sharakusai. If they wanna be able to play. Yeah, true. Which is, I guess, what they realized right now, so they went for special Deer Note instead. And then Ogre Dance Tribute Deer Note. Okay, that works, I guess. That does mean they could have just fused with the Sharakusai as well, though. Potentially. This is really weak into DD Crow, which a lot of Crystrons have been playing. Yep, there it is. Oh god, that's such a punish. Oh, they had a way to play around it too. If they just special the Shirakusai, they do not lose to DD Crow. Oh, man. Oh, the DD Crow goes so hard here. Well, the thing is, Crystron, as of now, doesn't have a play, from what we know. They have to top deck a play. That's a play. Oh, that wins. Yep. Yeah. And Punk goes down. I feel like this was an interesting game still, even though it was relatively quick, because I think they had a way to play around it. And there was a response window for the opponent. And I feel like, I mean, I talked about the DD Crow, right? So like it was somewhat guessable, but well, they chose to not. I guess their play played around Ash Blossom a little bit better, right? Their play, because they didn't commit to the fusion immediately, they would have lost super hard to Ash Blossom, and they chose to instead play around that. which in general, Ash Blossom is a more common card than Crow, so I kind of understand it. At the same time, they did have a response window in a moment where they couldn't have Effect Veiler, right? When they revealed Deer Note in hand, right? There was a response window for the opponent, which, what could that have been? It can't be Veiler. It can't be Molcharmy. It was obviously not Maxi because they didn't activate it. Ash Blossom was not able to be activated at that time. So it was basically just Crow that they could use there, I think. All right, we start things off here with a Molcharmy Fuvalos. We chain Emergency Teleport to it, which means we don't negate the Charmy. Molcharmy Fuvalos is going to resolve here against Punk, which is typically pretty good against it. We get Madame Spider, which is the one that searches a trap card, as well as Hard Draw the Field spell here, which is going to give us a draw. Love drawing cards. We're getting the Nashivari Surprise, which is the one that destroys a card if we control a Punk monster. Currently, we won't control a Punk monster because this is going to get banished in the end phase. But we're normal summoning the Amin. Okay. That's going to give us another draw from the field spell. Feels good. Sometimes, if you can already play, drawing the field spell feels so good, because it's basically just Pot of Greed. But how much can we do under the Molcharmy without giving the opponent too much advantage? We're searching Sharakusai. We draw another card. We activate Deer Note. Okay, at least it's not Max C, you know? At least it's not Max C. Special Deer Note, Sharakusai to Grave. I guess we can go make one Synchro 8, give them one draw, bring back Sharakusai, and then pass turn. And the Synchro can also search Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, right? And then we can quick Synchro on the opponent's turn. We have the Trap card, we have Ghost Ogre. It's not bad. Yep, Ghost Ogre, Trap, Set. Engraver, that won't help much. You know, all things considered, that was pretty good. No Nibiru as well, okay. So what we have, what we know they have, is they have the Trap, which pops a card. They have Ghost Ogre, and they have Sharakusai, which can quick effect Synchro into Amazing Dragon to bounce some cards, as well as they're going to be able to draw another card, I believe, because this pays life points. Yeah. Okay. Beansmith Tract. Cutlery, Special Lurie. Not a bad target to pop with the Trap card, I think. And they agree. All right. Chain Forbidden Droplet. Okay, they're trying to stop the quick synchro with the Sharakusai here. That's gonna work. Yeah, okay. Negates the Sharakusai, so no quick synchro here for Michael. They can still activate the Shara. Oh. Well, but they have Ghost Ogre for that. They have to have like a Tenpai already. If they try to search with it, we just Ghost Ogre it with the quickness. And we know they have Ghost Ogre, yep. Lightning speed Ghost Ogre. It makes me think, okay, what? Okay. There's Genroku. Battle phase. Why did we even bother using the field spell if we knew they had Ghost Ogre? But I guess... Or Called by the Grave. They must have drawn that with the field spell, right? Because they probably would have used it on Fuva. Here's the thing that I'm worried about. Michael can draw a card technically with the Jam Extreme session. Even though the Shirakusai is negated, you can still attempt to use the effect and draw a card. So I would have done that earlier in case they have like Kaiman and try to draw Ash Blossom, but they don't have Kaiman. Okay. I think Punk is taking one from Tenpai here. This is now very hard to stop, and they agree. Equalizer by Punks here, taking down Tenpai Dragon, even through a Molchami Fuvalos that resolved. Okay, pretty nice board, actually. Considering we were under for Fuvalos, we gave them one draw only. We were still able to find the Trap card, the Ghost Ogre, and the Quick Synchro into the Amazing Dragon on the opponent's turn, which is pretty neat for just one draw under Molcharmi Fuvalos, and that is going to get us into a game 3. Quick game 1 and quick game 2 here. They have over 30 minutes left for their match, so no problem there at all. And we're gonna find who is going to move on to the top 8. No, this is top 16, so the winner will move to the top 8. All right, players are getting ready for game number 3. So far, Michael has only been on Punk. Don't know what their other deck even is. All right, let's see it. Shiba going first, so we're not running it back with Tenpai. Probably the Christian. Yeah, normal summon Tristaros. Oh, just Tristaros pass. Okay, well, that's the thing with Christian is like the quote-unquote bricks sometimes. At least you can normal summon Tristaros, which is not the worst. But still, of course, we were hoping for more. It doesn't feel like it's a full brick with Christian when you do this. It feels like okay. Sometimes. If the hand is like, I don't know, Maxi, Ash Blossom, set Called by the Grave or something, it can still be fine. Oh, what the? Gimmick Puppet is your going second deck as well, out of all things. Here, get that. They went first in game 2. And they didn't pick the Gimmick Puppet deck for that. But when you go second in game 3, that's when you bring out the Gimmick Puppets? Okay. Sure, I guess. I mean, guys, back in my day, there was a time where Gimmick Puppet was a blind second deck. before they gave them a bunch of cards that enabled them to just win the game on turn 1. It used to be a blind second deck. Alright, Tristaro's quick synchro. What are we making? The thing is, Dragster doesn't even feel that good against Gimmick Puppet, but I don't know what else you can even make. Yeah, it is a Dragster. But at this point, when they already have the Rouge doll, they don't really care about the Dragster at the moment, I think. I guess you can protect from Called by the Grave if you want to, like, Ash the doll. It is Maxi. It is Maxi. I think they're trying to protect the Maxi from Called by the Grave. And Maxi resolves. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. So what are we doing? What's the plan? Are we pushing? Are we just pushing into this Maxi? We summon Cattle Scream. Okay. We do push. We make number 40 Gimmick Puppet of Strings. Chain Ghost Ogre on it. Okay. Not bad, I think. Replace some string counters. We said, uh-oh. You've gimmicked your last puppet. And we do have a Crystron card for Sylphefnir. That was the big question here. Any Crystron to discard would have been enough to make a play happen. Smyger, one of the best discards even possible. So now we can definitely play. We did not get Maxied. We have a Dragster to account for the set cards. Also, why are you vibing in Twitch chat, Bronas? Don't you have a top 16 match to play? Are you done already? Roll here is not that bad, I think, for Crystron. I think Crystron can deal with that. I think we're okay with Droll and Lockbird here. What does Droll stop? I mean, I think the Smyger added inclusion, right? So we can't activate inclusion. No, you can still activate inclusion because the ad is actually not mandatory, but you can't search with it, I suppose. So it stops the inclusion ad, which can be annoying, but like we can definitely deal with it here. Tristaro's effect, gonna attempt to pop the Elescalatus. Are you worried at all about having a synchro with a string counter on it against Gimmick Puppet? Like, is that something you want to get rid of, or is it just not that big of a deal? I think it's not that big of a deal, right? Probably more valuable to have the spell trap negation. We're summoning Fistburn from the deck. I was expecting 2 level 5s here to make Nova. Solfador is going to add to send Cluster from deck to grave, but can we still bring it back? What is this board? Solfador effect onto the Fistburn. Okay, we can still Nova this way. This is also technically game, right? If we switch the Dragster to attack mode right now. Never mind. Oh god, the cross out. That's so powerful. Please tell me you play Nib. Okay. Yup. Yup. Get cross outed. Wait, Infinity? Infinity makes it not game anymore though, right? At least for now. We can still revive with inclusion and then it's going to be game again. So first we're attaching the Gimmick Puppet. This makes the Infinity 2900. This is 76. We do need the inclusion revive for it to be game. Or a normal summon Tristaros. Okay, didn't know we didn't have normal summon yet. Alright, with a little bit of help from Max C, it seems like the Tristaros pass has worked out for Shiba here. Just waiting on the last couple attacks to go in. We'll see if there's anything they can do to prevent it. No. Crystron moves on to the top 8 after a little bit of a shaky start here, and definitely I want to say a jump scare when the Gimmick Puppets came out. But ultimately, Shiba does defeat Michael here in top 16 and moves on to the top 8, leaving us with enough time to check in with one of the other matches. Let me just reset the scores real quick. And then we can jump into another match. Why not? No need for a break just yet. Let's check in with Mist and Uroda here at table 1. Let me just quickly get a score update. Uroda has won a game and Mist has won a game. So this is in fact game 3 between Mist and Uroda. All right, and it's gonna be Herman going first here. Getting hit with a Molcharmi Fuvalos immediately. That resolves. We're playing 47 cards. Special summon Kashtira Unicorn. Add Kashtira Birth. Normal Tristaros, activate Birth, pass. Okay, Unicorn, Tristaros, control is what we're doing. Normal summon Ether Barrel. That might be the first Blue Eyes of the day. Haven't seen that in a while. Okay, here's Tristaros going into a Dawn Dragster to counter that said Lordly Load that this Primite is giving us. And then we can also Unicorn to take a little look at the extra deck, and we take away the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to shut off any future equip shenanigans. All right. Dawn Dragster negates the Lordly Load and destroys it. And then we link one into Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Here's the thing. Mausoleum of White, really not good against Hashira Birth, right? Because they just banish the blue eyes face down after you sent it. So wishes, discard Neo Kaiser Seahorse, add Roar and Sage. It's a good blue eyes hand. Maiden as well. True Light from deck. Activate Stage. Okay, we're trying to play without a spell card here. That's why we don't want to play into the Birth. Druid Worm hits the Maiden though. That's pretty good. I don't know. I feel like we could have just used the field spell early when we had nothing. When we had nothing important in the graveyard, we could have just used the field spell and extra normal to Sage. I feel like. Seals. Problem is Dragster is still up. So essentially, all of our interruptions are being forced immediately by Dragster and Birth. So we're bouncing the Dragster with Seals. Majesty can pop 2. We're popping Druis and Birth. And then it's just all about the follow-up here for Crystron. But it shouldn't be too hard. You need any Crystron card and you can basically pop off here. Seals is going to summon. Which even gives us an opportunity to use our Molcharmy. We even get to cycle that for a draw here, which is very valuable. Just another Ether Barrel as well. Okay. Crystron Inclusion. That's very good. Grabs a Tristaros. Tristaros is one of my favorite cards to play with in Crystron. It's very fun to have this sort of like... Because it doesn't stop your opponent from interacting with you. It doesn't negate anything. It just like... If your opponent tries to stop you from doing anything, you get to do something else. You know, you're not negating their Ash Blossom, you're not negating their Nibiru, you're not negating their Imperm, you just like play around it better. Which is very fun. And yeah, it's like, it's not like a crazy one card starter or anything like that, right? It doesn't like play on its own like crazy. But it's still it's just a really powerful card. A really powerful card. Crystron's so much better than I thought. Surprised at its underrepresentation in TCG on release. I mean, it has caught up a little bit. There's been some people playing Crystron, and it has won a national as well in Europe. So like people are aware at least, but the TCG landscape is different, I think. Malice is a pretty big deal for Crystron because it like in any sort of grindy game state, you can just mess up their entire graveyard with Whitebinder. And that basically ruins the entire follow-up for Crystron as well. So that's tough. And then Millennium is also just like not as popular in TCG for multiple reasons. Like Ryzeal Detonator being a thing, making it harder to use Millenniums when you're going second. The whole best of 3 and timeout thingy makes it a little bit tougher to play Millennium cards. So like it's just different. Hey, Ash on Tristaro's Graveyard Effect. I feel like we don't even need to Infinity that, just to respect Nibiru. I feel like we just let it go. No, okay. We're risking it. Are you expecting Malice to be stronger in Master Duel than it was in TCG? It depends, right? If they release it alone without Malice next to it, then I think so. Yeah, then I think it's going to be very, very powerful. Especially because Artifact Lancia is not really a card you can really play in Master Duel because there's no side deck. So I think it's going to be pretty powerful. Warrior Gondrak, such a powerful card. Banish 3 monsters casually. Target both Ether Barrels and a Blue Eyes. The True Light is gonna bring that Blue Eyes back. But the Ether Barrels are gone for good. Warrior Gondrax doubles the Blue Eyes, but it will special summon a banished monster, which is just a Smyger. Smyger connects, Infinity connects, main phase 2, we got 4,500 life points left for Euroda. And then we're gonna be setting 1 and passing. All right, Infinity, and I think that's Cluster. I think we added Cluster earlier. Did we find access to Cluster? Probably. Must have at some point been able to find Cluster. Yeah. All right, True Light effect. Negate with Infinity. Negate and destroy. And now you have 2 cards to play around Cluster Field Spell. Okay. Set 1. As. Why even activate the Field Spell? I mean, I guess the game is over no matter what. I guess it doesn't matter. I feel like there was a way to play into that Kashtira Birth way better on the previous turn. I don't really understand why they were so afraid of the Kashtira Birth in the beginning of the turn. Like, at the start, before they even used Maiden, there was nothing in their graveyard they really cared about. So I think what you can just do is just activate Mausoleum and extra normal the Sage instead of using its effect from hand. Well, yeah, okay. Well, Herman moves on to top 8. And now we are at a point where we can take a little break before the top 8 begins, because I don't think there's too many matches still running. There's not much time left on the round. So whatever match we would jump into right now would probably just end in time. So we have most of our top 8 players already decided, if not all of them. And we are going to be back with the top 8 of the spring season of Challenger Cup Grand Finals. in just a couple of minutes. So don't you guys go anywhere. Hope you guys are enjoying the game so far. I'm having a good time so far. We got some pretty diverse stuff going on today. Lots of different decks, lots of different players, a lot of fun to watch. So I'll be back with the top 8 in just a couple of minutes. I'll see you guys then. All right, there we are. Break is over. Everybody assemble for the top 8 of the spring season finals of the Challenger Cup. We are going to be watching Shiba versus Abo Hamoud for this one over here at table 4. And we will find out who of these two fine duelists will make it into the top 4. Shiba going first here. Abo with the signature 51 card. So that is probably branded. But first, we're going to be seeing Shiba. I believe Shiba has been playing Crystron earlier. Oh, we got the Royal Golem. Hopefully you only have one. And there is a Molcharmy Fuvalos here. And it resolved. Okay. Crystron is not the worst and not the best into the Molcharmy, I would say. Like, sometimes you can be okay, just inclusion for cluster. Or go Tristaro's cluster pass or something. Like, it can work, but not always ideal. How much dust you get for decrafting a royal if it's limited? Well, you get 20 bonus. So a regular royal, if you dismantle it, gets you 30, and then you get 20 bonus, so it's 50. No, you do get extra. You do get extra thingy when it's limited, of course. When it goes from 3 to 1, you can dismantle it with a 20 bonus twice. You get 45 for Glossy. No, Glossy would be 35, right? It would be 15 plus 20. I thought it was 30, 45, 60. No, why would it be 30, 45, 60? It's the way it works is it gives you a compensation of plus 20 when you dismantle a card that was hit on the ban list. And so a regular card, if you dismantle it, gives you 10 plus 20 is 30. So you're getting a full refund basically. A glossy is 15 plus 20, which is 35, and a royal is 30 plus 20, which is 50. Bro, the math is crazy right now. It's 60 because you have 10 for normal dismantle, plus 20 for the ban list, plus 30 for... No, that's not how it works. Guys, it's 30, 35, and 50. Just trust me on that, all right? Like, we can go into the math. We have gone into the math. If that's too much, then just trust me, all right? Just take my word for it if you couldn't follow along. Okay, 4,000 life points here for Shiba. The Mulcharmi Fuvalos is active for Abo on this turn. We imperm the Aluber. We know there's also a Crystron cluster face down. And the Dawn Dragster is also live. Honestly, not the worst spot to be in for Crystron, but it's also like, it could... Branded can... It depends a lot on the hand for Branded here, because theoretically, Branded can easily play around this, or it could just not have a chance, depending on how things go, right? Like, for example, I'm pretty sure Dawn Dragster is going to attempt to negate the Branded Fusion. If you have Droplet or access to another Branded Fusion, then this is going to be no problem. It does resolve, so Branded Fusion negated for now. Can we add it back? Because Dawn Dragster is one of those cards that negates activation, and Branded Fusion says you can only activate one Branded Fusion per turn, and if the activation is negated, you can't do it again. So we have an Albion here to send Retribution, and Retribution is going to add back the Branded Fusion, which means that we can just do it again. And there's no cards in hand for Crystron here, so they cannot have Ash Blossom. Abo so smart to not activate in the imperm column. Okay, I feel like now we are complimenting things that are very, very basic. I feel like now we're celebrating people for doing something very normal. You're like, oh, Abo, I was so smart. He really is the best Branded player out there. Huh? He really did not activate Branded Fusion in the imperm column. We gotta applaud that. I mean, credit where credit is due, right? And here, it's twice as impressive now because there was 2 imperm columns. That's crazy. It's twice as hard to play not into the imperm column now. 40% of the zones are impermed and still playing around it. Crazy. Dude, now he's making use of a different column as well. That's crazy. So smart. So smart. All right, the set card is Crystron Cluster. When are we going to use it? Now. Well, I guess summoning these Millenniums in attack position is going to cost us here. Because we are on 4,000 life points, they get reduced to 0 by Quiritus, and we just attack him twice. Well played, Abo. Really never played into the Imperm column there. And does take the first game here. One step closer to the top 4. How can I get that icon? This one? I believe, was it the one that you had to enter a code for during the Sky Striker animation thingy? I feel like it was. I feel like you got it by entering a code. I don't know if you can still do it, or which one is it? No, it's solo mode? Oh, okay. Well, then solo mode is your answer. The code is Kagari. Oh, okay. All right, game 2. Between Abo and Shiba. Let's see it. We're trying to go first again. Again with the Millenniums. Once again, no Max C. But could still be Fuva. Now in defense mode. We have learned. We have learned from the previous game. Let's go. We adapt quick. The thing is, Zombie Vampire is a little scary against Branded, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff that they can just randomly get, which can make their position stronger. Wedju Temple placing Effect Veiler here is interesting. It's kind of a strong... I feel like that's a sign of strength for the hand, because if that's the worst monster in your hand, you have, like, no bricks in there. But you also have no Crystron in there. Right? Okay. That was a bestial giveaway, right? Surely. Because as soon as the Effect Veiler hit the graveyard, we had a response window. See, there we go. We got a free Branded Retribution. And we hit no Crystrons. We hit Maxi, Cross Out, Ash Blossom, Nibiru. No Crystrons here for Shiba. And that's tough. I feel like. Because I feel like if we had a Crystron, most of them, we probably would have placed them in the spell. Oh, my Albaz now. Give me that alt art Albaz. I'm taking it. Never mind, I'm giving it back. Alright, SP Little Knight. So, we make Zombie Vampire, which gives them a Branded Retribution. And then we use the Zombie Vampire to go SP Little Knight to banish the Retribution that we just gave them. So this Zombie Vampire essentially has achieved nothing. It's basically just SP pass. And I feel like it's even slightly of a, it's like a little of a downside that they have Albaz in the graveyard now, right? Because that makes some of their cards better. This is not looking good for Crystron here. We whiffed on the Crystrons completely. We just don't have any. And we're on 4,000 life points. It's not looking too hot. The only upside is that Branded Retribution is banished, which, depending on the list, could be the only copy. I'm saying it could be because sometimes I've seen people play 2 Retribution. I don't know if it's the case here. Branded Sword. Normal summon Albaz. Do we activate the effect? That's just gonna prompt the SP Little Knight, right? I like watching the progress of Abo's alt art collection over the course of the Challenger Cups. Because I feel like in the regional qualifiers, there was at least one regular art Albaz in the deck. For Abo. I feel like there was at least one. So far, we've only seen 2 alt arts. Ooh, Droplet. That's neat. Somewhat. Temple. Did you not do it in damage step? Why is there a response window? Why did you not do it in damage step? Oh no. Well, the Albaz is still gonna crash. Maxi's nice. Because the number of monsters changed, but only on the other side of the field. But now you get super poly. Come on, no. No! Why didn't we do it in damage step? It's an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster, man. Well, that's just game. This is maximum disaster. Well, the droplet skills were not on point there. Need to do that in damage step there. Got maximum punished by that, and Abo will move on to the top 4. Let me see who else. We have Bronas already in top 4. We have Mes UK against Mist. They are in game 3 right now. And yeah, okay, let's... Oh, that just finished. Who won that? Mist, Mes UK. It's not in the list of replays yet. Oh no, there it is. Okay. Blue Eyes. Sage, grab Maiden. Get Droll and Lockbirded. And now we're alive. This is game 3 between Mist and Mes UK. Now, I mean, Droll and Lockbird is good here, but we can still definitely make Spirit Dragon, right? We can go Maiden for True Light, then True Light get Roar, and then we can get Blue Eyes, which is okay. If we already have a way to get to Blue Eyes, then we can also go True Light to set the trap card, which is also not bad. We decide to actually called by the Droll and Lockbird, though. We care enough about it. All right, called by resolves. And we continue with the link into Spirit with Eyes of Blue. We're trying to fetch the field spell. Did not draw it, luckily. This is looking to be a pretty much... I mean, I don't think it's a perfect turn 1 because we didn't have Primite. But it's basically as strong as it gets for the Blue Eyes part of the deck, right? If we can... Especially if we can resolve the wishes. If there's no Ash Blossom for wishes, then it's pretty much perfect. Game isn't over yet? No, absolutely not. I mean, the Blue Eyes board most of the time can be broken by a very strong engine hand, so we'll see. Royal Spirit, and we in fact go for Majesty directly. We do not risk getting ashed on wishes. Maybe also because we have really good cards in hand and don't want to discard any of them. Pretty strong opener potentially, considering we had to call by the Droll and Lockbird to get there, but we do have Spirit plus Majesty with currently we know about 1 Blue Eyes. Oh, we bring back a Blue Eyes White Dragon in the draw phase. That screams Drill Beam, right? The main reason to do this is because you have a drill beam already. Most likely is what I would guess if I was playing against this. So presumably drill beam and majesty face down. We start with pressured planet Wraith Soth. Not bad. They allow it. And we grab a Kashtira Fenrir in this case. And we drop a Max C on resolution. That hurts. And it does resolve. Oh, and you don't have a choice here. You have to go in. There's no way around it. We have to go. We cannot pass against this position. Majesty is fired immediately. Destroys the Fenrir. Maybe a unicorn here would be sick. Unicorn into birth into bring back Fenrir? No, it's just Crystron to Staro's normal summon. And Wanted though. Wait, Wanted? We play Azamina? There's no way it's Crystron and Snake Eye. It's gotta be like Kashtira, Azamina, Millennium. A lot of engine, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Crystron, Azamina, Kashtira. We discard Inclusion for Diabellstar the Black Witch. Use the effect of Diabellstar. They allow that. We get Deception. Activate Deception. Tribute Diabellstar for that. That gets Ghost Ogre. That is such a strong and clutch Ghost Ogre. Because now you change Tristaros, you can get Drill Beamed on it. No, it's Ash instead. They got all the tools they need. They got all the tools. Ash resolves. Negates Tristaros effect. Ghost Ogre destroys Deception. It's not looking hot. Oh, that the second inclusion was obvious because they discarded one for Diabellstar. And there's Drill Beam. And I think that might be checkmate. That might be it. Because we can still Wanted Graveyard effect, but the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon can negate that, and I don't see a way out. Even this was a strong engine hand. But this opener was basically perfect for Ms. UK. I also said earlier, I didn't call it perfect because the Primite was missing, but they just hard drew the Drill Beam, so that didn't matter either. It was pretty much a perfect start. And now Typhon not able to activate because of your own Wraith Soth. Uh-oh. I guess we can attack. Take out Spirit, but as of now, I do not see a way to get back into this. I mean, we can draw with this the Wanted now, I guess. Maybe we can draw our own Maxi and somehow miraculously find a way back into this game. I don't know. I don't know what card could save him here. The only card I can think of is a counter Maxi, but like Blue Eyes might not have to play into it too much. True Light for Wishes. There is something, right? That they have a response window, which has to be the card in hand. Wishes. Discard Bingo Machine, go. Get Roar and Effect Veiler. Wishes, equip the blue eyes. There is Tyrant. Can even play completely risk-free into Nibiru, right? Because they simply cannot have Nibiru under Typhon. And we've seen enough. Mist loses in top 8. Was that top 8 or top 4? I'm tripping. That was top 8, right? It was top 8. Yeah. We lose Mist in top 8. And Mez UK moves on with a phenomenal Blue Eyes opener. A phenomenal Blue Eyes opener gets them into the top 4. Meaning, there's still some time left on the timer, but I think all the matches have concluded. I think all the matches have concluded in top 8. At least I don't see any more matches going on. Just gonna double check that real quick, but I think we're gonna be back with the top 4 really soon. Which is currently Abohamud, Bronas, Mez UK, and Log. All 4 pretty well-known names from the Challenger Cup community. Pretty good players in their own right. And we're gonna find out who of these 4 is going to make it into the finals and then eventually take it all in just a couple of minutes. The break is going to be very short since all the matches are finished already, so we're not going to be gone for a long time. Just a very quick break. I'm going to run and grab some water, and I'll be back with you guys in a couple of minutes for the semifinals of the spring season of Challenger Cups. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, and there we are, duelists. We are down to just 4 remaining in the spring season finals of the Challenger Cup. At the first pairing here, we've got Abu going up against Bronas, and on the other table, we have Mez UK going up against Log. Both phenomenal matchups. I have chosen to go into Mez UK versus Log simply because we have spectated Abo, Bronas, and Mez UK at some point in this tournament. But Log, I don't think we have spectated so far at all. So why don't we highlight that one player in the top 4 that we haven't seen yet? And maybe we have time. If this one is the faster one out of the 2 matches, we might have time to check in with the other one as well at some point. For now, we're gonna see Mez UK going first here against Log in the first game. We have 41 cards against 44. And we are normal summoning Neo Kaiser Seahorse. Not your ideal starter, but it does work, because it gives you access to Maiden. So we're going to search the field spell. We're going to send Maiden from deck to graveyard. We're going to activate Mausoleum. That's going to send Blue Eyes. And now we can use Spirit to bring back Blue Eyes and bring back Maiden. And then Maiden can get us True Light. And True Light gets us Wishes, and Wishes gets us Sage, which we can extra normal summon. Match. Wishes is going to discard. Roar, we gonna need it. And we're grabbing Sage plus Majesty, I would assume. Yep. And then we're gonna extra normal that Sage, get Effect Veiler, make Spirit, for a pretty simplistic setup of Spirit, Effect Veiler, and Majesty, plus whatever non-engine we've drawn. set the Majesty. At least it's just the Majesty this time. No hard-drawn Drill Beam this time around. And we're drawing the 6 cards. 44 cards and Tearlament sleeves makes me a little suspicious. Cross out Designator. Declaring Effect Veiler. Okay. I guess we can play around multiple copies of it that way. Because we know one is there. If there's the second one, they can't chain it now. Fiendsmith Tract is next. Cross out for Effect Veiler makes me think it's not Tearlament. That typically doesn't have Veiler, right? It's White Forest? Really? I did not think we were going to see Blue Eyes versus White Forest as the first game in top 4. That was not on my bingo sheet. We discard a Dia Bellstar from the hand for the track. I guess we can't go for Lurie because there's a Spirit Dragon. I guess this is going to make it easier to access Fiendsmith, but at the same time... Ooh, Fiendsmith in Paradise. Okay. I guess we're just assuming that Requiem is going to resolve and we get an Engraver anyways. Which it doesn't. We're going to Ash Blossom the Requiem. And now we don't have Engraver access. We have used the normal summon. This can't be a good spot for I mean, at this point, I would still guess it's Snake Eyes, but you guys are saying it's White Forest, which maybe if you've played against them before in the tournament, then it's possible. And you are right, it is White Forest. We have a second Dia Bellstar, which I guess could have been predicted because we've seen them discard one earlier. We discard Azamina Affys, or Apes. I never know what it's called. But if it really is Azamina White Forest, then the only real target for Dia Bellstar is Deception, and Deception is horrible into Majesty. Because basically, you can just, or Ghost Ogre as well, sure, why not? This does not feel breakable for White Forest. Especially not with that hand. Ghost Ogre resolves, destroys the Deception. Wanted is the last card in hand, but that's not gonna do it. As powerful of a card that is, it's just gonna add a Dia Bellstar that's been used already, and the Graveyard effect can just get negated by Spirit, so you don't even get the draw out of it. And I think Blue Eyes is going to bring Mez UK one step closer to the finals here by taking game 1. And there it is. Not able to break the Blue Eyes board here. Surrenders the game. And Mez UK up 1-0. Is there already a score in the other one? No. The other one, the Abo versus Bronas game is still in game 1. that was partially the reason why I also joined Log versus Mez UK, because I figured it was probably going to take, it was probably going to be quicker than Abo versus Bronas, because it's probably branded involved, and that usually takes a while. So once this match is finished, we can probably still jump into the other one. All right, game 2 about to begin between Log and Mez UK. Any second now. Gaming. Hello. There we go. All right, this time around, it's going to be Log going first. The same 44 cards as before, so I would assume it's White Forest again. Let's see if the White Forest deck can deliver here in game number 2. We start with Engraver for Tract. Tract for Lurie, discard Lurie. The Maxi check passed. No Maxi. Could still be a Fuva though, if they're holding it for Requiem effect to guarantee a draw. No Fuva either. Resolving. Lacrima. Send Paradise. Activate Deception. It's a good start. Deception Tribute. Uvalos from hand. Add Hollowed. Activate Hollowed. To get an early Ilya Sylvia. Not even going through Murcielago right now. Interesting. I was thinking make Murcielago first, but okay. And we have Sylvia as well. Basically everything you could ask for so far here for Log. And Called by the Grave. Okay. Hello. This is probably the dream hand, right? Engraver, Sylvie, Deception, Called by, plus a monster tribute for Deception. Can it get any better? The only thing is now, at the moment, there's no spell traps to send for the White Forest stuff, but we can just equip Beansmith cards. So, probably fine. Grabs LZ Azamina. Equips the Lacrima with a Requiem. Special summons the LZ Azamina. There is something on the side of Mez UK. There is some possible response. But it hasn't been used yet. So there's Arciela. That's going to send that Requiem for cost. To search. And the LZ Azamina is also going to trigger to add any Sinful Spoils card. I guess it's still going to be wanted in this position, right? Yeah. There's wanted. And LZ. We're adding Hollowed Azamina back to the hand by shuffling the LZ. And then we can still do Hollowed Chain Wanted for a nice little value play. Interesting choice to not summon Baron yet. The trigger, the toggle on the opponent's side would make me a little nervous if they could have like Nibiru plus Imperm or something. But I guess they are not scared. Murcielago is going to find a card from the deck. Most likely nothing too relevant at this point, because they've basically gone through the full lineup of Azamina and Sinful Spoils card. It's probably just going to be the trap card we saw earlier. No, it's a different trap. It's Morian. Okay. Sinful Spoils Slumber Morian is the one that flips a monster face down. Is this just Azamina Fiendsmith? I mean, White Forest Azamina Fiendsmith, pretty much, yeah. Which is somewhat the standard way to play the deck, I think. Like, some tech choices differ here and there, but for the most part, this is how this deck is being played most of the time, I think. Here it is. I think that's Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. Yep. We can still bring back Engraver. Haven't done that yet. Equip Sequence to the Engraver so that we can summon the Diabell Star for free, I assume. And then it can still make, we summon LZ. Okay, we're not even close to done yet. LZ to add a White Forest monster. That's Rushia. Oh, we can go Diabells and add back Called by the Grave. That's so powerful. Diabell, effect, add back Called by. Yeah. No, Log really showing what this deck can do going first here and showing why they're in top 4 with it. But this is only game 2 and they did lose the first game with this deck, so they will have to win another game if they want to make it to the finals. I'm just assuming they win this game because it'd be a miracle to turn this around at this point. But it's not impossible yet. It's not over until it's over, but it's such a strong opener. Because basically, assuming these two turn into a Baron the Fleur, this is Appaloosa for 3, Ilya Sylvia to negate anything, Baron to negate anything, Morian to flip a card face down, Diabell, which has added back Called by the Grave, and Fiendsmith in Paradise in graveyard. This is essentially impossible, I think, for most decks. A crazy Tenpai hand could maybe do it. Yeah. But even then, like, is a droplet enough there? Because you basically have to drop... Okay, they play Silvera as well. There's no way. They can even negate a forbidden droplet. There's no way. I'm calling it now. There's almost no hand in the game that breaks this. Could negate dropped it anyways? Morian plus Baron? No. Well, you can still Baron negate after the droplet, yes. But... Or if they respond to Baron with droplet, yes. But, like, you're not stopping the droplet. Alright, Infinite Impermanence. Onto Baron the Fleur. Sure, I guess. Alright, interaction 1 out of 10 has been dealt with. It's Blue Eyes. There's no world, no universe in which Blue Eyes does this. I'm sorry to break it to you, but this is not happening. Nah. Your hand is good. You look, Imperm, called the cross out as well. Holy. It's not happening. We were not even 20% through the interruptions that they had. We just scratched the surface. We scratched the surface. Okay, what happened in the other one? Bro. Dude, I said like a few minutes ago, I said, "Oh, they haven't even finished a game. Surely this one is going to be done quicker than the other match." And then during one White Forest combo, you just beat Abo twice? Oh my god. Okay, well, Bronas is already in the finals. Bronas is already in the finals. We're just looking for an opponent now. Which deck would go through that? I don't think there is a deck that beats that. I do not think there is a deck that beats that. That White Forest board we just saw, you have to prevent it from happening with like Maxi or Fuva or other stuff. But like you can't, I don't think you can realistically beat it. Even Tenpai doesn't do it. All right, game 3 between Mez UK and Log to determine the second finalist of the spring season finals. Let's see. All right, and Mez UK wants to go first. It is their right to do so. We got 41 versus 41, so it is no longer the White Forest. Primite Dragon Ether Barrel is as good as it gets as a start for Blue Eyes. And we are considering countering the Ether Barrel. But we let it go through. Lordly Lotus set. And the Lordly Load search also resolves. We add Ether Barrel. Okay, that tells us there's a Drill Beam in hand already. Pretty much. Huvalos on resolution. We don't want none of that extra deck stuff here. And it does resolve. So they gotta slow down a little bit with what they can do. They have Wishes as well. Discard Drill Beam. No Ash Blossom. It resolves. So we're going to be searching for... And we know the Drill Beam is live as well. They do not have to declare Blue Eyes with Lordly Load. to make the drill beam live because we just saw them add a second copy of Ether Barrel to the hand. The only thing we don't know is if the Majesty can pop something as of now, because so far we don't know about any Blue Eyes. So drill beam is set. You can go barrel to send it. Yeah, true. We can send at least one Blue Eyes with barrel. But we are summoning one, I guess, from grave. Oh, they chain Maxi though. They chain Maxi though. Okay. Well, one from grave. That's going to be one draw for the Maxi, no draws for the Fuva. Majesty, Drill Beam, Effect Veiler, plus one other set card. It's a very respectable opener for Blue Eyes. 5 cards in hand for Log. Let's see. Let's see if we can break this Blue Eyes board. We start with a set card. That is a horrible start. What deck are we playing? Is it really Tenpai? Well, it's looking very over in this case. Oh, both Blue Eyes. Super Poly and Imperm. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, here, once again, in this game, 100% Blue Eyes' ability to play through Fuva and Maxi just completely came through, right? This is what I meant when I said I think Blue Eyes is one of the best decks in the format to beat cards like Fuva and Maxi, because it has a lot of hands that can just do very minimalistic things and still be fine, which is a pretty big advantage here. Because I mean, once again, even if they're not winning this turn, how are they losing this game? Because they can reset Majesty every turn. They have Drill Beam set up. They got this game under firm control. They don't need to win this turn. And Maiden on top. Okay, yep. Maiden top deck to get access to True Light. Should seal it. The Tyrant attacks. And True Light Revive Blue Eyes is going to be the end if there's no Bestial here for Log. Special Blue Eyes, no response. There it is. Do we get the special animation to bring Mez UK into the finals? First Maiden. Looking likely. There it is. Hey. And Mez UK with the Blue Eyes deck here, securing the finals spot. So our finals for the spring season is going to be Bronas, our European World Championship representative, as well as Mez UK with the Blue Eyes deck there. All right, good games. And let me just put Grand Finals in the title. Grand Finals. All right, Grand Finals are up next. I don't know if the players have a couple of minutes to prepare for the finals, to get ready and calm down or whatever, because it's probably going to be a few minutes until the finals start. So we have one last short break before we hop into the Grand Finals for today. And then reminder, after the finals, we're also going to take a little bit of a look at the newest OCG Forbidden and Limited List update once we are done with the Challenger Cup. So we'll be back with the finals very, very shortly. Hope everyone is enjoying the stream so far. And I'll see you guys with the finals in a few minutes. All right, gamers, there's only one match left to be played in the spring season of Challenger Cup, and it is the finals. And why are we renaming ourselves to Chundra here? It's Bronas versus Mez UK, who is trying to gain the blessing of Chundra for the finals, I suppose. So we have renamed ourselves to T2 Chundra. All right, cool. Game 1 has started. Let's jump right in. When next regular stream? Probably Tuesday. Probably Tuesday. I'm planning to be on a regular schedule again this week. But like I might take tomorrow off because I streamed Saturday and Sunday. And like the weather is it's quite hot right now, so it's you know. Ooh, Fiends with control. Tracked discard Lubellion basically tells me there's a second Lubellion in hand. And we're doing the most wonderful play ever, which is Necro Quip and then discard Lubellion. I love this. Is probably my favorite play in Master Duel right now. Grab Magnemute, draw a card with Necro Quip Princess, get Branded Regained later. Wonderful. Wonderful stuff. Alright, Engraver returns. Can make Caesar here. There it is. I guess the only question that's left is what are we playing against? Because we've seen Mez UK, of course, on Blue Eyes. In which case the Fiendsmith control deck has a pretty good matchup against Blue Eyes, of course. I don't remember if we've seen their secondary deck yet. Oh, what? You're afraid of a Branded Regained? You're afraid of a card that draws more cards? Okay. I see. Everyone always makes fun of me when I say I love drawing cards, but then they still affect Valor the Lubellion. Ah, weird. Weird how that works. We add Phantasme to hand. I love that. It's so based. And it is Primite Blue Eyes. Grabs Drill Beam immediately, and it is live. That's good. We can out the Caesar. We can out the Caesar right away by revealing a Primite card. Or a Blue Eyes. And it is Ether Barrel, so we can even normal Ether Barrel to get the Drill Beam back from the graveyard. Very strong. Gonna be setting up Lacrima into Paradise immediately, though. Using it here is smart, because then you can still cover for Bastiles with Caesar. Chain Maxi is annoying, though. That is that's like the most annoying card to be hit with here, because it draws a card here guaranteed. It draws a card when Requiem tags out. And when you use your Bastiles, it also gives them more cards. It's like the most annoying card hands down to be hit here in this spot with Fiendsmith control. Also the Phantasme as well gives them more draws. So the Maxi for turn here really hurts. We get a second copy of Lordly Load. We reset the Drill Beam for next turn. We have wishes as well. Oh god, it's rough. Oh, it's rough. None of this would be a problem if Maxi wasn't active. Like, you could handle all of that. No problem. No Ash Blossom here for Bronas in the first game. So the wishes resolves. Here's the thing though, if you grab Sage, you potentially make yourself really weak to like Effect Veiler on the Link, because they can just cut you off the field spell. And then you just can't normal summon the Sage here. This is like somewhat annoying, right? If you get interrupted on the Link. All right, we do tag out with Requiem. We give them another draw under the Maxi. Kind of have to here. Gonna use Lacrima to try and access Paradise. There it is. And here's the Link one. Do we also Phantasme here is the question, I guess. Do we give them another draw from the Maxi in order to bring the Phantasme onto the field? Maybe you might as well. We'll see. Paradise is being used. And we do use the Phantasme. Okay, makes sense. I mean, Phantasme typically is a +1, and that's what I mean. We Veiler the Spirit because we know they have Sage in hand, and now they can't normal summon that Sage. We summon Phantasme, draw 2, put 1 back. They draw 1. Paradise can send Desiree. And the thing is, we know where the Drill Beam is. So we could also just get rid of the Drill Beam. In this instance. We know... I don't really see a reason to send the Spirit away because it's negated anyways. And we are sending that Drill Beam with Desiree. And we're just hoping that they didn't draw an Extender here. Because right now, they have a Sage and a Majesty in hand. Plus some unknowns. And none of those cards will do anything. They can Lordly Load for a Blue Eyes, but that basically ends their turn, right? Like, I mean, they can still attack something with Tyrant Dragon. Never mind, we Ghost Ogre that. Okay. And it feels like Blue Eyes with a lot of cards in hand, but just can't really do anything with them. Sage Effect in hand. Okay, sure. That works. Get Maxied back. That's only fair. So that's going to give us a Blue Eyes, which is good. And it's also in attack mode, I'm pretty sure. So we can attack over something. Now, if we want to, we can also equip it with Wishes to make a Tyrant Dragon to attack all the monsters, but that would give them 1 extra card of the Maxi. And the Tyrant Dragon cannot set a trap in the grave because we don't have any. So I guess we're thinking about, do we give them an extra draw in order to make Tyrant? And I feel like the answer might be yes. Yeah, they draw an extra card, but you destroy 2 monsters on the field, basically, right? For that. Like, would you rather have them have 1 more card in hand or 2 more cards on the field? So I guess the answer is quite clear. We do want to clear the entire board with Tyrant Dragon. And we do. Now here's the thing. We have Fiendsmith follow-up in graveyard already. We have 3 cards in hand, going to be 4. And all we know from the blue eyes here is we know there's a Majesty to pop 1 card. There's a Majesty to pop 1 card, and we know there is also there's Primite follow-up, because one of the set cards is Lordly Load, and there's an Ether Barrel. And we saw with Druid Swarm, that's a perfect start, because banishing the blue eyes here is like step 1 to winning the game. Oh god, another Maxi, you've got to be kidding me. But also we might disable the Majesty here. You've got to be kidding me. Lubellion comes back. Druid Swarm tries to send the Tyrant Dragon, but there is a Neo Blue Eyes ultimate in the grave. So that's not gonna work. The thing is, like, when you're playing Bestial Control against Blue Eyes, there's always like this hidden win condition of banishing all their Blue Eyes White Dragons and with no way to get them back. In which case, it probably doesn't really matter how many cards they have in the process. If you can make that happen. But it seems difficult right now for Bronas because we've banished 1 Blue Eyes. But they still have Roar and the second Blue Eyes. So that's tough. Lacrima normal summon. I think we're just pushing into this Max C. We'll see if it works. They are so afraid of Brandon Regained. Here's the thing as well. Giving them more draws with Max C, you are at the risk of them drawing into Blue Eyes White Dragon, which would actually make the Majesty live again. So the more they draw, the more chances they have of finding that. And there's the 3rd effect Veiler in this game. So it feels like every time they summon, they just draw an answer here. Every time they summon a card, they draw an answer. Desiree back into the deck. Bring back Engraver. Engraver is technically a good answer to the Tyrant Dragon, but we don't have Requiem in the graveyard. So we have no way to equip this Engraver right now. We would have to link the sequence away. There's Requiem, but we're linking off the Engraver, which is the... There's 2 Engravers in the graveyard now for Bronas. Cannot actually tag out into an Engraver with this Requiem. Gets ashed on it anyways. That's what I mean. Like, you give them cards, they just draw more answers. I mean, the first Maxi was already good. The second one, I feel like, might have been the nail in the coffin. Add Lacrima. And now we tracked Fuse. Okay. And it is finally, they drew a Blue Eyes White Dragon. And I think that's going to seal the game. I think that's going to seal the game. I don't see a way back in. This tracked Fuse is just not going to work. And I think Max C is going to take this first game off of the Fiendsmith control deck. At least they don't get back the Ether Barrel right now, but they have a Lordly Load set, so they can just reset. Okay, we're not going for Ether Barrel at all. Okay. Instead, Neo Kaiser Seahorse. No Blue Eyes Engraved. No, I know, but like they have Lordly Load set. So instead of normal summoning Seahorse, they could have also just normal summoned Ether Barrel by searching it first. But okay, alas. Extra normal Sage. The card in hand is Lacrima. We know that. This is not going to hold. This is just going to be game. And Bronas sees the writing on the wall. Defeated here in game number 1, Mez UK is one step closer to being the Challenger Cup spring season winner. And Bronas needs to mount a comeback now. Apparently renaming yourself to Chandra gives you access to Max C every turn of the game. All right. Game 2 is about to begin between Bronas and Mez UK. Are the players ready for the second game? There we go. All right, Bronas, this time around, 46 cards, trusting the Millennium Snake Eye deck for the second game. Starting with Sengen Jin. Not getting Max Heat this time around. Going to grab a Golem from the deck. And then going to activate the Golem as well. Let's wait for the Zombie Vampire to reveal what deck the opponent is playing here. First, replacing Snake Idea Bellstar from hand and Sengen Jin from deck. That's going to be Doomed Dragon material. And then I'm sure we're going to see the Zombie Vampire next step. This is a 40 card deck, so I don't think it's the Ooh, oh, it is Power Spell Tenpai, in fact. It is Power Spell Tenpai, and here's the thing. I speak from experience when I say, even with the full Snake Eye combo, you can sometimes lose to this. Even if you do the full thing, Snake Eye combo, Fiendsmith combo, and everything, with the right hand, they can do this potentially. We've milled some pretty strong cards. Engage, Thrust, Heavy Storm are all cards we were definitely worried about. So that's nice to know, but still. Let's just see. Let's just see how good their hand is for this second game. And let's see if Bronas can get us into a third game here with the setup. Yeah, zombie vampire against this deck is scary because it makes it so they have, most likely they have 3 spells for engage right off the bat, which is the case here. Magician Souls. Sent the Bellstar from deck. Special summon itself just to get some free draws after you don't need these cards anymore. We're just going to send Requiem and Wedju Temple. Draw 2, which is big here potentially. We could draw into so many good cards for this matchup. We can draw into Ash Blossom. We can draw into Droll and Lockbird. That was a pretty good Magician Souls there. Gotta give him that. Tribute Summon Kashtira Unicorn. Okay. Sure, I guess. I guess that tells us one of the cards they drew from Magician Souls, because they certainly didn't open with Unicorn. Poplar for Divine Temple. I mean, yeah, but for all intents and purposes, this is the full combo. If this does not win against the snake, the Tenpai hand here, then basically nothing would have. I think that's fair to say. I think it's fair to say that if this is not going to be enough, then nothing else would have been enough. Because we're getting the Kashtira cards, we're getting a Snake Eye combo. I'm sure we're going to see the Fiendsmith cards as well. So we've got like everything. It's just a matter of playing it properly, and also like, is it going to be enough? All right, this is an important thing. I like this. I think making an IP Masquerena early in this matchup is smart, because you can make an Apollousa that cannot be destroyed by card effects, which is good against Lightning Storm and Raigeki if they play those. I think that is big. So we're basically just making the Apollousa now, I think. And then we're going to make Fiendsmith combo after. And you don't really have to worry about Nibiru in this matchup, because they simply don't play that. Okay, no Apollousa yet. We go for Moon again for the Light Fiend count, I suppose. Definitely want to make Desiree here, I feel like, if you can. There's Desiree, yep. Summon out Snake Idea Bellstar. There's Promethean Princess. That can bring back Flamberge. Then we can use Desiree to stop the Firelock after we equip Sequence onto it. And then we can make an Apo. Yep. And it can be a 4 material Apo as well, because we can link IP, Promethean, Kashtira Unicorn, and Oak into Apollousa and then still bring the Unicorn back with Birth. I don't think we've done that. Yeah, we haven't done that yet. So it can be a 4 material Apollousa, indestructible by card effects, plus Desiree, plus Kashtira Birth and Unicorn, plus Flamberge, plus IP Masquerena in the Spell Trap Zone. So essentially, oh, a 2 material Apo. Okay, sure. I guess maybe what they're thinking is it doesn't have to be that big. Because they might take it with talents or change of heart. And as long as you can get 1 or 2 negates out of Apo against Tenpai, it should be sufficient, right? All right, we're going for an Agnum Day setup as well. Defense position. Okay. Can be targeted now, though, because it doesn't have sequence attached. All right, let's see. 6 cards here for Spell Power Tenpai. Strong board, but possible. We'll see. They're thinking about it. Lightning Storm is step 1. Destroy all spell traps. Chain Flamberge to bring back IP Masquerena. We're giving up on the Desiree for now. We can bring it back later because of Agnum Day Lacrima. For now, IP Masquerena jumps out and we lose Agnum Day and Birth. And all the triple tactics are now live. Activate IP Masquerena immediately. And there is a toggle here. So they have something that can be activated, like Widow Anchor or something. Widow Anchor or Droplet, most likely. And it is Widow Anchor. And now Widow Anchor on the IP Masquerena means that we cannot link off the Desiree, which also means we cannot bring it back with Agnum Day at the moment. We don't have Paradise set up as well currently. Mag C active. I mean, it's the best start you can have realistically with this Snake Eye deck. It does not get much better than this. Chain Droplet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think we have arrived at the point where a Tenpai card will seal this. I think we have arrived at the point where if they have a Tenpai card, this might just do it. Unless there's like an Ash Blossom in hand, potentially. But like Droplets send Widow Anchor here. Negate Appaloosa. Widow Anchor negates IP Masquerena. And then we summon a Tenpai. I think we might just have it. Only negate 1? I mean, yeah, what else are you trying to negate? You're negating the IP Masquerena already. No real need to negate Desiree. It has no equips. So... no. Sangan summoning out of all things. Okay, they have to add... they can't just normal summon a Tenpai here. But no Ghost Ogre. There's Chundra. Discard Upstart Goblin to play around Drollin Lockbird, I suppose. We didn't use that. And there is Drollin Lockbird. Drollin Lockbird is good here. Alright. Chundra normal summon. Set 1. Battle phase. So here's the thing. We cannot Chundra for Pydra for Kaimin because we are under Droll and Lockbird. So it's gonna have to be something else here. And there's also a there is a Promethean princess in the graveyard. They are pretty low though, is the thing, right? They are on 3,300 because of Millennium right now. So it's like we'll see. Biden Dragon comes out. Kashtira Unicorn can also still look at the extra deck. Maybe you can get rid of the Trident Dragon or the Transcendent, but not both is the problem here, I suppose. Get rid of you have to get rid of Transcendent, I think. I agree with that. I think you don't need Trident to win this game. Transcendent is the one that auto wins. Like immediately. If you can't do anything anymore. This is not so obvious, y'all. This is not so obvious. Without the Transcendent, there's a world where we survive this because the Desiree can still use its graveyard effect to send something. So attacking over that is not super easy under, like, if you don't have Transcendent protection. And the Flamberge is also so big that you can't really out it to play around the princess. So like if we go Chundra now, if we go synchro now, we can only really synchro into what? Do we play Ruddy Rose? I don't know. I didn't have Ruddy Rose in my Striker Tenpai extra deck, but I'm not sure. There is Ruddy Rose. Okay. Ruddy Rose is big here. Gonna have to princess that. Wait, but can't Ruddy Rose negate that? How about you have to tribute it? Okay. Tribute to negate the princess, so it stays in grave and gets banished. Agnum Day. Wait, bringing back Agnum Day, you lose because of that, no? Ah, no, they can't destroy their own Sangan summoning right here. They cannot destroy. If they destroy, no, that gets banished, right? Or does this only destroy? Does this only banish monsters? Banish all cards. No, this cannot trigger. The Sangan summoning will not trigger. It banishes. There's so many cards, man. Yep, they should not have popped their own Sangan summoning there. They should not have popped their own Sangan summoning. But I mean, look, there is still a game left to be played here, I feel like. because there's a lot of stuff that just got back. Oh, thrust. Okay, do we play a trap for that though? Probably not. We have to set. No way there's a good trap here. Engage for next turn with no spells right now. Okay. Well, I guess you just have to. I guess you just have to. You have to bounce this Desiree insta. Yeah. But the thing is, I'm checking the banished pile right now, and the majority of the Fiendsmith stuff is still intact for Bronas. There's no sequence, but you can work without sequence. As long as we have a normal summon. Okay, that's probably the best one. Yeah. Oh god, I think he's got it. I think we're going to game 3. I mean, I'm not entirely sure yet, but I think so. Because, I mean, without sequence in rotation, it's going to be somewhat annoying. But, like, the same is true for the opponent here. We also don't have much more. All we had to do was send Thrust to negate Unicorn. I agree. Yes, I think they had it if they negated the Unicorn with the Droplet. But to be fair, it is sometimes tough to see all of this stuff in advance. To see how this is going to play out exactly in a situation like this one is like not super trivial. All right, Genroku is going to get probably just Hydra that's left, right? Yep. They are out of Tenpais that do anything here, and they're going to concede the game, and we're going into a game 3 here in the grand finals with just 6 minutes left. That's tough. 6 minutes 40 left. What are these players going to do for the last game? Chain burn time? No, they don't have the option for that. That's no longer a thing in Challenger Cups because you have to submit deck lists before the tournament. You cannot just switch however you like. They have 2 decks and 2 decks only that they can play, which is Blue Eyes and Tenpai for Mez UK, and Snake Eye and Bestial Fiendsmith for Bronas. Those are the only options they have. Bronas going second here, which means that Mez UK wants to play the Blue Eyes for one last time. It's been treating them well so far. Let's see how it goes here in game 3 of the grand finals. And 46 cards for Bronas here. Snake Eyes for one last ride. Honestly, bold decision with 6 minutes left to queue a Millennium deck. Droll Lockbird. Could be big. Could be big. Lordly Load, declare Blue Eyes. Gets ashed on that. Okay. Okay. Trying to make the turn 1 fast. Trying to get them out of stuff quickly. We're going down in cards here. We have very few cards, but they passed the turn. Droll plus Ash lets them just pass on nothing. I mean, Drill Beam set. I guess the big question is this Drill Beam live? Is this Drill Beam live or is it not live? Start with Pressured Planet Wraith Sauce. That's big. That's a big one to start with. That puts on so much pressure. And the Drill Beam is, in fact, live. Reveals a Blue Eyes White Dragon in hand, banishes the Wraithsoth. We are too afraid of the quick work that the Kashtiras can do. So still 3 cards in hand for Bronas. Current timer situation 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Snake Eye Ash. This man is drawing Snake Eye Ash more often than not. Do we have an Effect Veiler as well? We do. These two, I feel like it's too... They both just have it all. It's just two giant hands clashing right now. What next? The Abelstar? Oh my god. There's no way. This is a 46 card deck, everybody. What's next? What's next? Ash for Requiem? We're doing damage first. Okay, I like it. I like it. Currently 3 minutes and 8 seconds. But I mean now, if there's an Ash on the Requiem, the turn ends really quickly. I guess maybe SP Little Knight? No, it's Moon. It's always Moon. It's all gonna depend on, does this Requiem resolve or not? It does resolve, it looks like. It does resolve. And that's huge in multiple ways. First of all, it's huge because we're getting Fiendsmith combo. But second of all, time is ticking in favor of Bronas at the moment. I guess a quick Nibiru would also make quick work of this turn here. There is... Oh my god, it's a quick nib. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. 2 minutes left. Last card in hand, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Graveyard set up for Bronas though. Lacrima plus Requiem means Paradise. We know it's in the deck. Do we draw a play here? That's kind of big. We have Blue Eyes in hand. We kind of need a play. Because otherwise, we don't really have much. A minute and 20 seconds right now. For the grand finals. Typhon. Typhon is good. It outs the token. But it won't do damage. It will not do damage because Lacrima can put up something in defense mode. Unless there's an Ash Blossom for that off the top now. Ash Blossom now and they are ahead in life. Oh my god. 43 seconds, y'all. 37. Typhon bounced the token, attack for 29. And I don't think Bronas has the time. There's an engraver in the graveyard, but there's 25 seconds left. 20. 15. 10. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. That's time, y'all. It's time. This one goes out to the Typhon win rate. Unless they have extra time, which I don't think they do. Yep. There's just been an announcement in the Discord. The timer is done. Bronas is so close. It was so close, man. It was so close. But it was exciting. I'm not gonna lie. As much as the timer sometimes, you know. But that was an exciting third game. Ay, ay, ay. I don't think there was extra time. The Ash was nasty. Nah, it was not meant to be in this one. It was really not meant to be. This was just, this was Mez UK's day. They had it all. They had the Veilers. They had the Nibiru. It was just meant to be. And I think Blue Eyes takes them to the Spring Season Championship. Bronas, still, good job. Still walks away with a PlayStation 5 for second place. So still a good day, I'm pretty sure. Also, I mean, still gonna be representing Europe at the World Championships this year. So that is that. You guys, thank you all for watching the Challenger Cup Spring Season Finals. If you wanna take part in future Challenger Cups, make sure to type !Challenger Cup in chat to join the Challenger Cup Discord server where you can enter these tournaments for free. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the show today. We're gonna do a quick. I'm gonna have to do the sponsored screen thingy for the end of the stream, but then I'm gonna be right back after for the OCG list. We can take a look at it together real quick before we call it a day. I just have to wrap up the Challenger Cup thingy, and then we're gonna move over to the other scene. So you guys, thank you for tuning into the Challenger Cup, and thank you to Konami for sponsoring the Challenger Cups as always. I'm just gonna move to the end screen real quick, and then we'll be back for the OCG list react. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and thank you for watching the Challenger Cup Finals. We'll be right back. Give me a second. That thing on? Dude, I don't know why it started on that scene with the 8,000 life points. That's like, I have a scene for my remote duel life points thingies, and it just started on that one randomly because I switched to the other overlay thingy, but okay. Well, that was a fun tournament. Let me open up real quick the thing that we are looking at right now. Dude, I am sweating as well. It is so hot in Germany right now. I don't know. I don't know where you're from. I don't know how it is for you guys, but it is so hot today. Holy, the entire weekend already. It was already tough during the Worlds qualifier. It was already so warm, man. Okay, hold up. All right, y'all. OCG Banlist. I have auto-translated this page, and there's already two pretty big spoilers on the screen, but to be fair, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm surprised by the Appaloosa ban, because people have been in my chat all day. Josh, did you see Appaloosa got banned? That was like probably half of the chatters today. Half of the first-time chatters today were like, has Josh seen that Appaloosa was banned yet? So no, this is not, I haven't seen any of the rest of the list, but yes, I'm aware Appaloosa has been banned, which is a phenomenal start. And I'm even getting a present alongside it, which is the banning of Paradise Smasher, which is great. Now, of course, I mean, this is the OCG ban list, so ultimately it does not affect the TCG much at all, if anything, you know, but here's the thing. Here's the thing why it does matter. And I've said this in the past, and I'll repeat it though, because I think it's very relevant here. Even though we don't play the OCG, there's two things why I think this is very relevant for even TCG and Master Duel players. The first thing is Master Duel. Master Duel tends to follow the OCG quite closely. Not exactly the same, because I think sometimes they make different decisions, but for the most part, if you look at the two lists, Master Duel and OCG are way closer to each other than TCG. So this is an indicator that it could be happening in Master Duel at some point as well, right? Like, they put Maxi to 2 in the OCG, and then a couple of weeks later we got it to 2 in Master Duel as well. So like things like that, especially with big cards like Appaloosa, I think this is an indicator that they finally understand that this card is way too powerful. And I honestly don't see a reason why, if it's banned in the OCG and in TCG, I don't really see a justification to keeping it around in Master Duel for a long time. But yes, the second big thing is card design in general, because when they make cards in the OCG, most of the core sets and deck build packs are being designed with like the OCG format in mind. So like they make and they design archetypes that then we then get in the TCG with like a completely different environment. So in my opinion, the closer these two formats are, the better it is for card design, because you can design cards properly for both games basically, because OCG and TCG at the moment are pretty different games in a lot of aspects. And so when they make a card that is maybe fine in the OCG, it might not be fine in the TCG or vice versa. And that's difficult, right? And so that's a good thing. Appaloosa being banned absolutely needed to happen. Let's be honest. Appaloosa is one of these cards where I genuinely don't think there is people that think Appaloosa should be legal anymore. Like this is something that I feel like it is the coldest take out there, that Appaloosa needs to be banned. Like it just had to happen, and it's just like honestly mind-blowing how long it took the OCG to do this. Paradise Smasher is just it's a floodgate. It's a crazy floodgate, so it should be on the ban list. So that's it. And this is the only thing I have seen so far from my chat spoiling me, basically. The rest of this list I don't know, but it starts off pretty good here. We're hitting some bangers right off the bat. Maxi not banned, didn't expect it, but still makes me sad. Okay, well, maybe it's limited. Hey, that's not Maxi, but it is Anti-Spell Fragrance, which is also crazy that it wasn't limited or banned yet, but here we go. Anti-Spell limited is a good thing. That is so far good changes, OCG. Shout outs. That's good. Okay. Griffin Rider and Goblin are the only other limits. Okay, so no Maxi limit. Sag, big Sag. Wandering Griffin Rider, I think that was banned. And Nightmare Goblin was probably also banned, yes. Can't really say I have an issue with this, to be honest, because Wandering Griffin Rider alongside the full adventure package is pretty much legal in TCG for a while now. And even though I liked that they banned Griffin, I think Griffin was a good ban at the time. Nowadays, probably okay to come off the ban list. Nightmare Goblin, as much as I'm kind of scared of this card, hasn't really done much in Master Duel since its comeback. Has this come back in the TCG? I don't think it has, right? I don't think we have it in TCG. But I feel like the number of times that this has been summoned against me in Master Duel is probably 0 since it's come back. So I can't help but think it's okay. Which is crazy. I think I'm just scared because of like what happened in 2018. I'm just scarred basically from back in the day. But I think it's just like 7 years later, card is probably okay. So yeah. The only thing that I'm noticing is like, so far in the banned and limited section, they don't really address any of the meta decks directly, right? It's like, okay, Paradise Smasher for the K9 package and Appaloosa in general, but there isn't really any meta hits here, right? Like no Yummy card, no K9 card directly, no Vanquish Soul card, no Dragon, what's the other one's called? Draco Tail? Like nothing really, right? But okay, I mean, still, this is often the thing. Like, it's kind of the same in the TCG at the moment. Some formats are just fine, except for some very strong generic cards. Like, I think, for example, the best thing you could do in TCG at the moment is hit some of the toxic floodgates, like Protoss or the Featherstorm and so on and so forth, right? It's just like the decks themselves are not really the problem. Maybe I mean I haven't played OCG that at all. So I'm just following the metagame reports. Maybe the format is fine except for some very individually powerful cards. All right, semi-limits. Sprite Jet was limited. That's crazy. Mass Change 2 was also limited. That's even crazier. Okay, I can't argue with those. Those definitely have to go off the ban list with the quickness. That's crazy that Mass Change 2 and Sprite Jet were still limited when people were doing all the other stuff that they are doing right now. But this confirms, with this being the only semi-limits, this means that they basically haven't done anything to any of the engines in the game right now, right? They haven't hit Yummy, K9, Vanquish Soul, Malice, Draco Tail, all of that. They have no hits to it, which I suppose is fine as long as the generic cards are like, this is the thing. I said the same thing when they limited talents in TCG and Crossout and so on and so forth. Even if the list isn't perfect, these are still changes that are going to be healthy for the game for a long time. Right? Like for a very, very long time to come, these cards, the game is going to benefit from these cards being gone. So I guess if you're playing the OCG, I would be very interested to know how you feel about this approach, right? Like how do you feel about them not hitting Yummy and K9 and Vanquish Soul and whatever at all in favor of just hitting some of the generic cards in the format? Do you think this is enough? Do you think the format is good except for those toxic cards? Because if that's the case, then this might be completely fine. I'm not playing the OCG right now. I'm just like, I'm saying this from the TCG perspective. If they did something comparable to this, it would be basically leaving Mitsurugi intact and Malice and just banning a lot of the toxic floodgates, which I think would still be a good list overall, because the TCG is also quite diverse at the moment. And the most annoying thing in the TCG is not really the decks themselves. It's more like Protoss here, Droll Lockbird there, Featherstorm, D-Barrier, whatever. Like, you know, it's more like that, right? So maybe it's similar in the OCG. Okay, and then Unlimits. Cyberjar, fine. Not going to waste too much time on it. Trident, fine. Not going to waste too much time on it. Absolutely a mystery to me how this card is still banned in the TCG. I think it's crazy. Terror Top, fine. Rescue Ace Airlifter, completely fine. Nightmare Throne, probably fine. I just hate to admit that it's fine because I'm a Yubel hater. You guys know that. I'm not gonna speak positively of this deck. I mean, Apo being gone, I guess, also makes combo decks like this a little bit weaker. It was definitely an Appaloosa deck. Also, the Fiendsmith engine is quite significantly hit in the OCG compared to TCG, so it's probably okay. Fusion Destiny, fine. Big welcome Labyrinth was on this ban list. Yeah, get it off there with that. That's crazy. Big welcome Labyrinth was at 2. You're telling me they had Big welcome Labyrinth on the same limit level as Maxi? Yeah, they're the same power level of cards. I don't see a difference there. I can't spot a difference in power level between these two cards. That's crazy. Okay, well, no, this is good. This is good. This is a banger list. Once again, I cannot say if any of the meta decks needed to be hit because I'm just like looking at the let me open the most recent OCG metagame report. It is relatively apparent that at the moment, Vanquish Soul and Yummy are kind of like pulling ahead of the competition. I mean, there's still a lot of diversity here. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of different decks that you can play, but it does seem like Vanquish Soul and Yummy have kind of established themselves as like the best decks in the format. Now, Vanquish Soul does lose Paradise Smasher, which is a pretty good card to lose. I mean, it's probably the most toxic card in the deck. So that's a good riddance. And then Yummy, I guess, just doesn't lose anything at all here. This list that I'm looking at right now, which I don't know how representative it is, how close to the standard it is, but this list loses nothing, 0 cards, which I guess that could be a critique point to the ban list, that like a deck like Yummy just doesn't lose a single card. But that's basically all the critique points I could potentially have for this, is that like they're getting rid of some pretty toxic overall cards. Appaloosa, Paradise Smasher, so that's good. But yeah, this is nice because it makes me hopeful that we get better interaction with Floodgates soon. And like, yeah, I don't know. I know it's always a stretch when these things happen, but I feel like Appaloosa is just like a big change. It feels like to me that when you don't ban Appaloosa for as long as they haven't done it, right? Like for years where people have been screaming for Appaloosa to be banned and they just haven't done it, for them to do it now, I feel like there must have been some sort of change in mentality about it, right? Like, because why not ban it the list before this one or the list before that? Like something has to have changed because the card hasn't changed. The card hasn't gotten stronger. The card's always been crazy. Like, you know, so I don't know. I like that. I like that because it feels like maybe they looked at TCG. Yeah, maybe that's a valid point. Maybe they were like, let's let the TCG be our test subject. Let's let them ban Appaloosa and see how it goes. And then they saw, oh, people like this a lot, and the format doesn't go crazy because Appaloosa is banned. The format just gets actively better. So yeah, I mean, good list. Makes me hopeful for future Master Duel ban lists as well, because this card needs to go. Absolutely needs to go. So yeah, that's cool. All right, you guys. It's hot in my room right now. I'm trying to cool off. It's been a long stream. Thank you all for watching. I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off because it's been a stressful weekend. I streamed Saturday, I streamed Sunday, and it's been like 1,000,000 degrees in my room. So I think I might take tomorrow off, but I'm definitely gonna be back on Tuesday. So thank you all so much for tuning in over the course of the weekend. I hope you enjoyed the streams. I hope you have a wonderful Monday and a great start to the week. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday morning. And you have a wonderful time until then. Thank you for all the support, and I'll see you guys then.